Hit it one more time.
It's okay. All right. Sergeant at Arms, please call our March 5th, 2024 council meeting to order.
Oh, yes, sir. Some council of the city of Memphis, if I call to order with transaction business with adjournment. All rise, please.
I would like to recognize our chaplain of the day, Mr. Robert Say, from Teamsters Local 667, invited by Councilwoman Walker. Mr. Say, and if it is not appropriate, he looks amazing. He's 92 years old. Yeah. Could you please come lead us in prayer?
Mr. Chairman and council, thank you for the invitation to be here today. And before I begin the prayer, I have a couple of verses that I feel that it's necessary for me to read. So let's look to God's word. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but of God. The powers that be are ordained of God. Blessings to God's word. Thank you. Let's pray. Holy Father, we come today thanking you for the great God you are, our Lord and Master and Creator. We thank you, Holy Father, for those who submit to your authority. And we thank you for those who are dedicated to serve in different categories of government. Many years ago, when you first created heaven and earth and you began to populate the earth, you saw fit to have order. You created different levels of government and authority. And now, Holy Father, after all these years, we have many different segments of authority. And this council here for this great city is one of them. And Holy Father, they work diligently to try to make this city a better place for everybody. Holy Father, we have so many problems that need solving. And they've been working for such a long time to do that. We have gotten to the point, Holy Father, that we've gotten almost as bad as Sodom and Gomorrah. And that's very bad. And I pray, Holy Father, that you won't let us get at least quite that far. We pray, Holy Father, that you know the answers to all the problems, but we search for them, and we ask, Holy Father, that you would put upon the hearts of these men and women here that are searching and trying so diligently to solve these problems. So I ask, Holy Father, that you would guide and direct them in all the work they do. There's 13 seats here, 13 people serving. But let those 13 become one together to solve these problems. Holy Father, thank you for your love. Thank you for your precious Son, Jesus Christ, for the Savior and Redeemer. You loved us so much that you were willing to give your Son, that we might come to you and have eternal life. So, Father, one of your first commandments was to love one another. And if we had that love among all of us, we wouldn't be facing so many of the problems we're facing today. But that is not the case yet. But I pray, Father, it will come. If we would have a citywide revival, I believe, Holy God, that would help us a lot. But you are our Father, and we ask for your divine guidance and that you would use us to your good and for your sake. And again, Holy Father, if there's anyone here in this audience today that has a health problem or any other kind of situation that needs attention, that you would look upon them with that care. Again, God, our Father, we thank you for your great love. Pray now that you would continue today with this body of the council and be with them through the work that they have before them, that they would find ways to work together to find the solutions to the problems. We love our city, but most of all, we love you, Holy Father. And so we ask your continued blessings. And we ask all this in your holy and divine power. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen. Thank you. To the flag of the United States of America and to the
Councilwoman Walker, you are recognized.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for coming out today.
Well-
And I have something for you.
Well, thank
This is from the city of Memphis, Tennessee, by the City Council. Greetings, be it hereby known that Mr. Robert Say, in recognition of a life of exemplary qualities, outstanding service to the city, momentous involvement in humanitarian affairs, and demonstrated concern for governmental process, has been appointed chaplain of the day for the Memphis City Council and is hereby entitled to all of the honors, rights, privileges, and prerogatives appertaining to the office and to the display of this certificate given under this seal this 5th day of March 2024, signed Chairman J.B. Smiley and yours truly. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Comptroller, please call roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Council members Canale, Carlisle, Cooper Sutton, Easter Thomas, Ford, Green, Logan,
Present.
Spinoza, Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Walker, Warren, White, Chairman Smiley.
No place I'd rather be.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. I believe our Vice Chairman Canale has read the meeting minutes for our February 20th, 2024 meeting minutes. Vice Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I have reviewed the minutes from the February 20th meeting, find them to be in order and move for their adoption.
Moved by Vice Chairman Canale, seconded by Spinoza. Madam Comptroller, could you prepare the screen? You good, we got one more time.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. Please show Councilmember White voting yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Welcome to the March 5th, 2024 regular meeting of the Memphis City Council. Meetings of the council shall be conducted in an orderly manner to ensure the public has the full opportunity to be heard and the deliberate process of the council is retained at all times. The Sergeant at Arms has meeting agendas available up front. Sergeant at Arms, wave your hand so they know who you are. There we go. As well as comment request cards for members of the public wishing to be heard on a specific item. All those wishing to speak on an item must turn in their comment card to the Sergeant at Arms before, an emphasis on before, the item is called. If you are not here to speak on a specific item, you can note your request to give general comment at the end of the meeting. As chair, I will only recognize citizens that properly register to speak by submitting a completed comment request card to the Sergeant at Arms. Members of the audience and persons addressing the council will not be permitted to engage in gossip, make defamatory, personal, slanderous, profane comments, or abusive or vulgar language. The chairperson of the council may maintain order by giving any persons who are in violation of the stated rules of decorum a warning to cease any violence of conduct in order to leave the council chambers, or be given an order to security personnel to remove any disruptive person in the council chambers who refuses to leave voluntarily. These rules are posted on the doors as you enter the chamber and as you pick up comment request cards. Before we begin today's meeting, the first meeting of Women's History Month, I want to recognize my colleagues. I'm proud to serve on this body with 7 exceptional women. For the first time in history, women make up the majority of the Memphis City Council. So show some love, y'all. There we go. Now, I will ask your favor. Could you please stand as we recognize these amazing, talented, and brilliant women. Representing Council District 1, Councilwoman Rhonda Logan. Representing District 2, Councilwoman Jerry Green. Representing District 3, Councilwoman Pearl Walker. Representing District 4, Jana Swearingen Washington. Don't forget the Washington. And in her absence, representing District 7, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Representing my district, Super District 8, Position 2, Councilwoman Janika White. And representing Super District 8, Position 3, Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton. All right. And, also we have some of the, and I tell people this all the time, I think we have the best staff on this side of the Mississippi. So all of our staff who represent the Women's History Month, could you please stand so we can show y'all some love? Those aren't the only amazing women here today. Y'all know I break script all the time to Ms. Hyman's disdain. I will take a point of personal privilege to call down the newest member of the Memphis community, incoming Superintendent, Dr. Fagans. Could you come this way? Shout out to that pink you're wearing today. Before Dr. Fagans says some words, what I will say is this. I think, we all, went through the process of what transpired with our school system, but I do believe with all of me that our school system is in capable hands. We do have a member of this body who served on the school board. I know he would like to share something with you, and then I will turn the floor over to you. Councilman Warren, go ahead.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to Memphis. We like to think we're as big as Detroit, but we don't know if we are. But we definitely have good music too. I think you'll enjoy it here. And if there's anything we as a council can do to help you be successful, your success is our children's success and our city's success. And we'll be there to try to make sure that we're there for you too. So call us. Before you leave, I'll give you my personal number. Just give me a call anytime you need it. And elections are coming. The new school board members are important. You want school board members who say they want to make you successful, and that should be their goal. And we should be listening as voters to how people are campaigning and what they say they want to do, because it's a team that makes that work over there. It's very large, and you got to have everyone rowing in the right direction.
I'm going to put
Chair.
some people on the spot here. Do you have any words of encouragement or just general advice for the newest member of our community, Dr. Fagans? Anybody? See, we all know you have a very difficult role.
Be successful.
Councilwoman White, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to echo Councilman Warren's comments. Even though right now we don't fund education, we still are in the business of education, and our children are important, and we're excited to have you. I've not been able to really have an opportunity to sit down with you, but I've heard great things, and I'm looking forward to hearing your vision for our children, and I look forward to working with you to see how we, as the City Council, can assist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. And here I am, right here. Just want to say welcome to Memphis once again, and to let you know we've been praying for you. You may not have known, but we're looking forward to all that you're going to bring to the children and the families of Memphis. We work with you, we stand with you, and really feel confident that you're the one to turn it around. Based on your resume and our chairman, because he is one of your biggest cheerleaders. So we're so glad to have you and looking forward to working with you.
And Councilwoman Logan said she's praying. She's praying. she's praying for sure. Councilwoman Green.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. I am a product of public schools here in Memphis, and so I believe in their excellence. And I do have some special interests. I tell people all the time, they are my 3 children. Their names are Bo, Vivian, and Wilder. They are 6, 12, and 14. And nothing is more important to me than them receiving a good education. And so I am here to help you, help us, help my children, and all the children in our community succeed. So please just let me know what I can do to help you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. I know we have a lot of distinguished people in the audience, and I know that they're going to be willing partners with you to help elevate our school district. And the last comment, my council person, Councilwoman Jenna Swearingen, Washington.
On behalf of the Memphis City Council, we want to let you know that we are 100% behind you, and we are here to support you. We are a family. We're excited about what you're going to do for our children and for our community. We want to offer you a gift just to let you know that we love you.
So, Doctor, hold up, take a quick photo. Before that happens, my apologies. There was an oversight on my part. I could charge it to my mind if I was a little bit older. My bad. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Okay. Congratulations. I want you to know that there's a team of women praying for you and undergirding you in this new position, in this new role, your transition here in Memphis. We are praying for your success. We're praying that God would put people around you with the same mindset, the same heartbeat, and the same pulse that we are all expecting for our children here in this city. I did not go to school here in Memphis, but I am a product of public schools. So I want you to know, from the group of women, to want you to know that we are laboring before the throne for you and for the success of this city and the success of our babies.
Thank you.
Dr. Fagans, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I won't be before you long because you can hear my voice. I literally hit the ground running when appointed on February 9th. That's the significance of the work to me. It is not lost on me the weight. I believe that I have the broad shoulders necessary alongside all of you. So thank you for your warm sentiments, your extension of collaboration. Thank you to the chairman for extending the invitation to be here this evening. For the council, I have generally been made aware that you have been some strong supporters throughout an incredibly intensive process. And so it is great to be on the other side and just a little bit closer to the heat of the seat. And so as I approach April 1 to officially begin, I just wanted to say hello. I'm excited to be in the community, immersing myself, becoming one with the city. I believe that as the district goes, so goes the city, and so that's how the work will look. And so I look forward to collaborating with the community as broad and as deep and as far in each corner as it exists to do the work the way that it needs to be done. And so for those who have extended and said, hey, call on you, I'm not afraid to call and ask for your help. And so I look forward to doing that soon and often. Thank you for this evening.
Thank you all. Madam Comptroller, well, first, item 4, 6, and 8 will be held until March 19, 2024. Items 11 and 17 will be held until April 9th, 2024. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 1.
Item number 1 is a resolution honoring Lisa Waddell for educational achievements and recognitions. District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Councilwoman, before we recognize Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, I would like to recognize that we have ASL interpreters that are sitting in the front. I think they're over here to the left. I think there was a constituent that requested that, and I do want folks to know that we hear the pleas of our community, and we respond pretty quickly. And I think some closed captions are on the right side on this screen. Now, with that being said, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. It is my pleasure to be able to honor such an outstanding educator in our community. And when I speak of an educator, it is none other than Miss Lisa R. Waddell. Let's give her a hand. Whereas, on occasion, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to recognize individuals who have enriched and made exceptional contributions to the community. And Lisa Waddell is certainly worthy of recognition. Lisa Waddell is a proud native of Memphis, Tennessee, embarked on her educational journey at Hanley Elementary, continued her studies at Melrose Junior High, and graduated with distinction from Melrose High School. And whereas her educational path led her to the esteemed halls of the University of Memphis, where her passion for teaching was ignited, inspired by her love for learning and her innate attraction for mathematics. And whereas during her tenure at the University of Memphis, Ms. Waddell discovered her calling to educate and nurture young minds, recognizing her true joy was empowering students with knowledge and fostering their intellectual growth. Whereas Ms. Waddell's dedication to the teaching profession was evident from the start, as amplified by her student teaching experience at Bruce Elementary School, which swiftly transitioned into a teaching position upon completion, marking the beginning of a distinguished 40-year career. And whereas throughout her tenure at Bruce Elementary School, Ms. Waddell has consistently exemplified unwavering commitment and boundless love for her students, instilling in them a passion for learning and empowering them to achieve academic excellence. Whereas her remarkable impact as an educator is evidenced by the countless scholars she has nurtured, many of whom have gone on to attain college degrees in diverse fields, a testament to Ms. Waddell's profound influence. Ms. Waddell's dedication to her craft was even recognized through various accolades and achievement, including being honored as the WREG News Channel 3 Teacher of the Week, receiving the Teacher of the Week award at Bruce Elementary, and earning distinction as a Level 5 teacher and new teacher mentor. Whereas Ms. Waddell's steadfast belief in the transformative power of education and her unwavering commitment to her students and their families have enriched the lives of those she has taught and left a permanent mark on the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby recognizes and honors Lisa R. Waddell for her exceptional contributions to education, her dedication to shaping young minds, and her enduring commitment to fostering a love for learning among generations of students. Given by my hand, under the great seal of the city of Memphis, this 5th day of March 2024, Jana Swearingen, Washington, Memphis City Council, District 4. We're so proud of you. We're thankful to have dedicated educators like yourself, and thank you for serving our students and our community.
Yes. I would just like to say that being a school teacher for over 40 years has not been like a job. It has been a very exciting and enlightening time to know that I can touch young minds and help shape them into the future. And one of my favorite things is when my students all come back and say, well, you know, I'm a doctor, I'm a policeman, I'm a scientist, I'm a minister. And for me to sit back and think, I had a part in all of that. Yes. And educating these young minds is something that is like a dream come true.
Madam Comptroller, could you please show this item approved by acclamation?
And I so move.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, Madam Comptroller, please call item number 2. Item number 2, I'm sorry, wasn't speaking to the mic.
Item number 2 is a resolution honoring Savory Beard for his musical accomplishments. District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, you are recognized.
It is our honor to be able to honor a musician of this type of caliber, a musician who has played and performed for 5 presidents of the United States.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Mr. Savory Beard, it's just an honor to stand in your presence. Whereas on occasion, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to recognize individuals who have enriched and made exceptional contributions to the community, Savory Beard is certainly worthy of recognition. Whereas Savory Beard stands as a trailblazer in the realm of music, having been among the first African-American musician selected to serve in the prestigious United States Army Band in Washington, D.C. Whereas the United States Army Band, under Mr. Beard's skilled musical guidance, has provided unparalleled support at numerous historic and solemn occasions, including performances for the White House, state funerals, and various official government functions, spanning administrations from Lyndon Johnson to Ronald Reagan. And whereas Mr. Beard's remarkable music talents have graced audiences both locally and nationally with notable performances on bass guitar at Greater Middle Baptist Church, flute at Covenant United Methodist Church, and an esteemed artist in residence at Overton High School. Whereas Mr. Beard's contributions to music and his community have been duly recognized and celebrated, notably being honored during Black History Month by the military retirees of the tri-state area. Whereas behind every great individual stands a supportive and loving family, we acknowledge with gratitude the steadfast companionship of Savory Beard and Martha Perrine Beard and their family of 5 children and 12 grandchildren. You go ahead. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby celebrate and honor Savory Beard for his outstanding musical achievements, his dedication to excellence, and the enduring impact on the cultural fabric of our society, given by my hand on the Great Seal of the City of Memphis this 5th day of March 2024, Janice Swearingen, Washington, Memphis City Council, District 4. It is quite an honor.
Thank you.
Quite an honor.
Thank you very much. City Council of Memphis, I spent 22 years in the Army Band supporting music at the White House and all the military functions. And before I go, I would just like to thank Martin Luther King, the Civil Rights Movement during the 60s, for they are directly responsible for me having the opportunity to play on that level. Thank you, yes. Being accepted in the elite forces in Washington and the government and music, whatever, they, at that time, when I went to Washington, there were no minorities. There were no women. There were no Asians. And I was the first African-American that passed the audition. Many people had auditioned for the band in the past, but I was the first one that passed the audition. And just hearing about it was because of the civil rights movement of the 60s and the opportunity to audition. A musician director of a band in North Carolina heard me play the flute and set up the audition. And because of the times, the director of the Army Band realized that times were changing and that inclusion was going to be the future. And I was allowed to audition, and I passed. And I was very grateful to that. And it's just now dawning on me the importance of being a first and being accepted in an organization like that. Also, I've done some recording and some writing since I retired. And to this council, I would like to leave each one of you in the council. I spent like the whole weekend doing a sample of my work. And I would like Miss Swearingen, Washington, if she would just pass out each member of the council a CD of an example of my writing and my work. Thank you.
Thank you. And you so moved, Councilwoman? And you so moved?
And I so move.
All right, Madam Comptroller, could you please show this item approved by acclamation? All right, thank you. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 3?
Item number 3 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change on Dallas Street from Carnes Avenue to Park Avenue for Judge Ernestine Hunt Dorse, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the Memphis City Council.
What a woman, what a woman, what a woman, what a woman. All of judges, family, come on down. Got some surprises. It is our honor and our privilege to be able to have an honorary street name in none other than Judge Ernestine Hunt Doris. She is definitely deserving of every accolade that we could ever imagine giving her. It's such an honor to have you and to give you your flowers while you live.
I think I'm supposed to read this, but I don't have a hard time reading things when I'm, have such an emotional connection with people. I think when I moved back home to Memphis in 2017, there are certain people that you have to go pay respect to and have conversations with about, what's happening here in the city. I'm grateful for one of my mentors, Mr. Fred Doris, for giving me an opportunity to meet his wife. And I was trying to figure out, how to move in these political spaces. And I'm always reflective of a conversation I had with Judge Doris. I was in the middle of campaigning, trying to get people to support me. And, she's very direct if you don't know her. And I was introducing myself to people, and she quickly told me, nah, you're doing it the wrong way. And one of the most important things she told me during the course of campaigning was when you ask people for their vote, it's not just a vote that you want them to use your influence. You want them to use their influence because people, I will never forget that, because people have influence, a spirit influence. So, from me and my family, we appreciate you. And we look forward to spending more time with you, and on a personal note, I look forward to coming to your house and eating your food again. So I'm gonna do my job. Whereas on occasion, the Memphis City Council has seen fit to honor citizens who have enriched the community, and Judge Ernestine Hunt Doris, as a trailblazer in the judiciary, is one such citizen who is undoubtedly worthy of honoring and celebrating. And whereas Judge Ernestine Hunt Doris, a native Memphian born and raised in Baltimore Street in Orange Mound, Tennessee, has exemplified unwavering commitment, resilience, and dedication throughout her illustrious life and career. And whereas Judge Doris's journey started with humble beginnings, being the fourth of six siblings born to Mr. Wilman Ernest Hunt and Miss Jenny Hunt, and later Marion Fred, don't forget the O, Doris, a retired businessman whom we all know. She shares a loving family of 7 children, 5 grandsons, and 2 great-grandchildren. And whereas as a 10th grade student at Melrose High School, Judge Doris demonstrated extraordinary courage and solidarity by leading her fellow students in support of the local sanitation workers' strike and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s march in downtown Memphis. And as a charter member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference Choir, you can sing. She lent her voice to the cause of civil rights, performing with the choir during Dr. King's final speech. And whereas inspired by these profound experiences, Judge Doris pursued her education with diligence and distinction, graduating cum laude from Clark College, now Clark-Atlanta University, and earning her JD from the University of Memphis in 1984. She further enriched her understanding of global affairs as an exchange student at what she said, and where she studied United Nations agencies in multiple foreign countries, including Geneva, Switzerland, Vienna, Austria, Paris, France, Malo, Sweden, and Luxembourg, Germany. And
whereas Judge Doris's illustrious career in law and tireless dedication to public service were demonstrated in her role as an educator with the Memphis City School System, a diligent research associate, a dedicated paralegal, and in 1990, she shattered barriers and blazed a trail by making history as the first African-American female city court judge elected in Memphis, and only and the only second African-American female judge in the state's history. We know who was first. Judge Donald, who's here today. Her unwavering commitment to upholding principle of fairness,
compassion, integrity has permanently shaped the judicial landscape, leaving an enduring legacy on both the legal system and the countless lives she has impacted. Whereas Judge Dorsey's exemplary achievements as a member of the National Bar Association have significantly impacted both the legal community and the city of Memphis, including the historic milestone of bringing the annual National Bar Association convention to Memphis for the first time in 1998. Attracting esteemed figures and generating substantial economic and national recognition for the city, whereas Judge Dorsey's impact extends beyond the courtroom with her election as the chair of the 2003-2004 National Bar Association Judicial Council, emphasizing her exceptional leadership qualities and dedication to representing judges across 4 countries and demonstrating her commitment to advancing the principles of justice and equality on a global stage, whereas Judge Dorsey's steadfast commitment and leadership with the Ben F. Jones chapter have played a pivotal role in advancing the representation of African American lawyers in the judiciary, paving the way for diversity and inclusion with the legal profession. Furthermore, her pioneering spirit and unwavering dedication to upholding the role of law stand as a beacon of inspiration, especially to young girls whom she has mentored with grace and wisdom, imparting upon them the values of perseverance and selfless service. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council and the Dallas Street between Carnes Avenue and Park Avenue be designated as Judge Ernestine Hunt Dorr Street. That will testify to her unparalleled dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to justice through her remarkable life. Be it resolved that the city engineer is requested to affix suitable signs designated this public road, effective with the passage of this resolution. And it was given by my hand under the great seal of the city of Memphis, Janice Swearingen, Washington, Memphis City Council District 4, but because of your outstanding leadership, the entire council has asked and agreed to co-sponsor this resolution. And I didn't tell him that you also sew and you make beautiful jewelry.
All I can say is thank you. Most people don't believe that I'm truly a crybaby, but only the people that really know me know that I am truly a crybaby. But I am humbled, truly, I'm humbled, and I am most appreciative, and I understand the need of community and family. If Orange Mound, Tennessee didn't do anything else, it showed us who we were and that we were full of possibilities because we saw all types of people. We saw the teachers in the good houses. We saw the sanitation workers just in the rental house. And Orange Mound wasn't even a neighborhood of rental property. And so we had everybody in the same neighborhood across as neighbors. And so it made me know what could be possible. I'm humbled and I'm so excited, and I'm no longer in disbelief that this is happening. And I just can only say thank you, and I thank you. I truly thank everybody, and especially this support group. And like I said, when I was told that, I was humbled. And I want you to know that.
He accidentally told you.
No. Do you think he told me? Because see, when she told me, I was crying in her face. So he did not tell. And so I'm happy to have Dallas Street in front of, what's that, 843 Dallas, is that Melrose address? Because that is what shaped my life in addition to the rest of Orange Mound, Tennessee. And so it was that education in that place. And so I'm so happy those 2 little blocks, which means so much to me. has been allowed to have my name there honorarily. And it is with honor that I accept this in a true state of humbleness. And so now y'all see that I got tears, and I used to tell people in court, I got tears, and so do something else. But anyway, I'm thankful, and I appreciate you, and I really want to thank, I know my husband, I want to thank, well, see, I have to, can my yin yang come? Yes. Okay, so I have a yin yang, you know, Judge Donald and I are yin yang, and I am the dark side of the, and that's how I'm introduced. So all I can do is just move out the way and just say thank you, and I appreciate, I love you, and I love all of you, but y'all just special and disbelief for me. Come on, yin yang.
Mr. Chair, members of the City Council, all of those this afternoon who love the law and who love Judge Doris and this community, I want to express on behalf of all the judges our pride for you and acknowledge your legacy during Women's History Month. You have been a tower in this community. You've been a mentor, as has been said, to so many. And Mr. Beard talked about the civil rights movement, and I know that as young as you are, you were still an integral part. But the thing is, you never stopped. You never stopped doing the work and making a path for others to come forward. I would say this afternoon on behalf of your work, and you are, I know we use this word iconic lightly, but you are an icon in this community. We all know that Dr. King said that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. It doesn't bend of its own volition. It doesn't bend of any gravitational force. It bends because men and women, like Judge Ernestine Hunt Doris, put their hands firmly to the arc, and they push and they pull it in the direction of justice. And I would say to you, in the words of that song, Judge Doris, keep on pushing.
Madam Comptroller. Madam Comptroller.
I'd just like to say congratulations and thank you so much. You and your husband are one, and he has been such a blessing to me. So have you. And just want to let you know how much you appreciate it and all that you do all that you've done in this city. We really appreciate you and thank you for your example and your legacy. Thank you. And your beautiful jewelry.
And I so move.
That item was approved by acclamation. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 5?
Item number 5 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 3925 Chelsea Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development, and there is a request for same-night minutes.
Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we could get the next item. Still waiting on it. I've got 3 up.
Can you move it to 5, Madam Comptroller?
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The P&Z committee did meet today and sent this down with a favorable recommendation, and I'll move it to the floor. Does any member of the body wish to hear a presentation on this item? Mr. Chairman, are there any comment cards?
There are no comment cards, and there is no one in the queue to speak. The item has been properly moved and seconded. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes.
That item is approved. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 7?
Thank you.
Oh, and let me make one correction. I just want to make sure you have that item number 5 was approved with same night minutes.
That's correct,
Madam Comptroller. Okay.
For the record.
Okay.
Item number 7 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Memphis and Shelby County Unified Development Code, approving a special use permit at the subject property located at 2426 Lamar Avenue. This resolution is sponsored by the Division of Planning and Development. It was held from February 20th. The case number is SUP 24-01.
Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The committee did meet and held this. I missed, sent it down with a positive recommendation, and I so move.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. It's been moved, properly seconded. Any council members want another presentation on item 7?
Green is the seconder.
There are no comment cards, no council members in the queue. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Walker, yes. Show Council Member Spinoza is voting yes.
That item passes. Wow. Madam Comptroller, would you please call the consent agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. On our consent agenda, we have item number 9, a notation from the Land Use Control Board that the following case was heard and a recommendation made requesting a date of public hearing for SAC 23-08, an alley closure between North Main Street and 2nd Street. The suggested date of this hearing is April 9th, 2024. And we have item number 10, a resolution accepting public improvements for Madison and Diana mixed use, contract number 5446, and releasing bond. There is a request for same night minutes. Mr. Vice Chair, that concludes our consent agenda items. Let's go on to our ordinance up for first reading. That would be item number 26. Let's add this to our consent agenda items. An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of the City of Memphis pertaining to contracts and salaries of the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Division to decrease the present limits of contracts and salaries or compensation for employees or others requiring City Council approval. Mr. Vice Chair, that does conclude our consent agenda items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. I see no members in the queue. Would you please prepare the voting screen for the consent agenda? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Green.
Canale, yes. Carlisle, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes.
Consent agenda passes. Madam Comptroller, would you please call the MLGW fiscal consent agenda?
That will take us to item number 12, a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 12424, water well production drilling with National Water Services, LLC, to expand the scope and increase the current contract value in the funded amount of $4,640,640. Item number 13 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12266, WECO electric meter testing application with Radian Research, Inc., to increase the current contract value in the funded amount of $22,743. Item number 14 is a resolution approving change number 1 to contract number 11913, distribution engineering analysis software with CYME International T&D to ratify, renew, expand the scope, and increase the current contract value in the funded amount of $215,303.98. Item number 15 is a resolution, change number 2 to contract number 12339, janitorial services to Mason's Professional Cleaning Services, LLC, to renew the current contract in the funded amount of $1,150,393.04. And item number 16 is a resolution approving change number 2 to contract number 12298, janitorial services to Mason's Professional Cleaning Services, LLC, to ratify and renew the current contract in the funded amount of $271,318.50. Mr. Co-Chairman, that concludes our MLGW fiscal consent items.
Thank you, Madam Comptroller. Councilman Spinoza, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, or I guess Vice Chair, Chairman now?
I am both.
Sitting Chairman. Committee met recommends approval. However, I would like to suspend the rules. I neglected to add the item that we approved in committee today. So I'd like to add item number 1 from MLGW committee. I guess I probably need to read that for the record, but I'd like to add that to the fiscal consent without objection.
We put it on the regular consent.
It is on the regular consent for today?
Right.
Yeah, so I'd like to add it.
Which item are you speaking, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, which item is he speaking of?
Excuse me? Okay, we'll add it as a regular item at the end of the meeting, not on fiscal consent, without objection. So, correct.
What item is that?
All right, let me read it into the record real quick. So we're not adding this to fiscal consent.
Yeah, just hold off on that.
Okay.
You're
Excuse me,
jumping the
Mr. Chair,
gun.
ignore everything I just said, and I'll make another motion after we vote on MLGW fiscal consent.
Thank you. The item has been moved by, we move it again electronically. Can I get a second? Moved by Spinoza, seconded by Warren. There are no members in the queue to speak. Madam Comptroller, would you please prepare the voting screen?
Canale, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Logan, yes. Spinoza, yes. Walker, yes. And Warren, yes.
That item passes. Madam Comptroller, would you please call item number 19?
Item number 19 is a resolution requesting the city of Memphis to accept $1,000 and transfer its ownership rights and interest to a parcel located at 32 West Devant Street, parcel number 05-0037-00016, to the Blight Authority, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, District 6, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, you're recognized.
Yes. The committee met and had a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
We move it electronically, please. Can I get a second? Item has been properly moved by Swearingen, Washington, seconded by Logan. I see no members in the queue. Would you please prepare the voting screen, Madam Comptroller?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move forward with the roll call vote on item number 19. It's been properly read into the record. However, it's not displaying at this time.
Okay.
Canali?
Yes.
Carlisle? Cooper Sutton? Ford? Green? Yes. Logan? Aye. Spinoza? Yes. Swearingen, Washington?
Yes.
Walker? Yes. Warren? Yes. White? Yes. Chairman Smiley?
Yes.
Thank you. Show Councilmember Cooper Sutton is voting yes on this item. So that's item number 19. We've just completed, Mr. Chairman.
Item number 19 passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 20?
Motion to add Ursula on today. Motion suspended.
Voting screen stuck. So I guess we'll have to do Brooklyn. Voting screen's closed. Want to go forward for that? Is the
screen is stuck.
Are we recording? Is recording down?
It's recording. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, we can on a pause for a moment and let you restart the system. I just want to go forward. for those of you who are listening online, I just would like to remind you that we're taking a brief pause to see if we can get the machines back up. It appears that they're up and running. Are we good, Madam Comptroller?
Item 20 is displaying now.
All right. Have we already called item number 20? So, council members, could you please sign into your screens? All right, so let's call item number 20 again. I'm not sure if we got all the way through it.
Item number 20 is a resolution requesting the city of Memphis transfer two parcels, parcel number 059-088-0047 and parcel number 059-088-0048 to Memphis Shelby County Board of Education in Memphis, Shelby County, Tennessee, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
All right. Let's see. Councilwoman Swears Washington, you recognize?
Thank you, Chair. The committee met and had a favorable recommendation. I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Swears Washington, seconded by Councilman Warren. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number 21.
Item number 21 is a resolution transferring and appropriating funds in the amount of $250,000 for GA 07002 to GA 07009, Riverfront Park Improvement and Major Maintenance, District 7, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met and recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr.
Seconded
Chair.
by Councilman Spinoza. It doesn't appear that any members are in the queue. I do have one comment card from Mr. Joe Kent. Mr. Kent, you're recognized.
Joe Kent, 5111 Flamingo, founder of the Institute, local conspiracy theorist, investigative journalist, and photojournalist. My pronouns are he, him, and could change at any time. So the Wagner lot already has a funding source in the $62 million DMC pilot extension fund. From $62 million, the following projects were supposed to be funded in the Always Half Empty Mobility Center, Shoppers Garage, First Place Garage, which I doubt will ever be done, Brooks, Cutbank Bluff, and Wagner lot. When presented before District 6 Councilors Economic Development Committee in 2020 as part of the $62 million, a welcoming and manicured parking experience was to be the product with brick pavers and nothing was mentioned about paid parking. This was a picture presented. What taxpayers got instead from the $62 million DMC tranche for Wagner was an asphalt paved, unmanicured, and unwelcome cyclone fence parking experience, paid parking experience. Reject or deduct the $61K from the appropriation as the city council will be paying twice for the shoddy DMC funded MRPP project. And next, get on with shutting down MRPP by not funding them at all in the $3 million maintenance contract or through the parks budget. MRPP is not a maintenance organization. Taxpayers never signed up for Bill Street Landing, boat docks, unmaintained Mud Island, ripped off cobblestones, Brooks, or paying interest through decreased maintenance on MRPP's loans stemming from uncollected private pledges. So you're paying twice. I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to pay twice for something. You've already funded it. They've got a funding source of the DMC. You've actually got a claim against the DMC because they didn't deliver on what you've already funded them with this shoddy parking lot and paid parking lot, cyclone fence, unmanicured lot, but now you're paying twice for it. So reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kent. It's always good to hear from you. And the fact that you're paying attention to the items that come before this body, we appreciate that. It doesn't appear that any council members have any questions. All hearts and minds clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, no. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, no. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, no. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Madam Comptroller, this item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 22?
Item number 22 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds in the amount of $800,000 from the FY Bridge Repair Cover Line, project number PW24400, to project FY24 Bridge Repairs. Project number is currently in process to repair bridges at various locations on Walnut Grove, Rains Road, Getwell, and South Parkway, Districts 2, 3, 4, and 6, Super Districts 8 and 9. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair.
Mike.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met and recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Councilwoman Green electronically, although it wasn't supposed to be that way. Seconded by, here we go, moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Councilman Spinoza. There's no coming cards. Appears all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, you prepared to screen.
On the other one, what they changing it for?
Canale, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Figured it out. We're finna do. Madam, this item passes. Can
I do
it? Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Comptroller, would you please show me as a no vote on item 21?
All right. And on item 21, Councilman Canale is a no vote on item number 21. I don't know if that means the item passes or fails or not. I need to see the vote tally. I remember it was close.
On item 21, Mr. Chairman, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yeses. And I have 1, 2, 3, 3 no's.
Okay. Now he is a no, so it's, so what is it now?
1, 2, 3,
6, 4.
no's. 1, 2, 3, 4,
6.
5 yeses.
No, 6.
I have 4 yes, 3 yes.
6, 4.
I'm a no, so. Okay. So it's 5-5?
5, 4. 5, 5.
So to reiterate, item number 21 fails. Okay. Let's fast forward. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 23?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 23 is a resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds in the amount of $500,000 from ST Bridge Repair, project number ST03216, to FY24 Bridge Repairs, project number ST, this is to be determined for this number, for construction funds to repair bridges at various locations within the city. All council districts, this resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Swearengin Washington electronically, seconded by Councilman Espinoza. It appears that all the hearts and minds are clear. There's no comment cards. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearengin Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
Walker, yes.
Thank you. Please show Council Member Walker as voting yes.
All right, this item passes. Madam Comptroller, please call item number, please call item number 19. It's not on the agenda. It's 18.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Jones says we have done 19. She has a vote on 19. She has a vote on 19. I think that was called before you got back to the chair, sir.
Oh, all right, Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 24? Is that right? Yeah. Okay.
Item number 24 is a resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by accepting Safe Streets and Roads for all SS4A funding from the U.S. Department of Transportation and appropriating $640,000 to establish funding for the Comprehensive Safety Action Plan, EN 90033, all council districts. This resolution is sponsored by the administration.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. The committee met, recommended approval, and I so move.
Moved by Swearengin Washington, seconded by Councilman Espinoza. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearengin Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. Madam Comptroller, could you please call item number 25?
Item number 25 is a resolution amending the FY24 CIP budget by accepting additional federal grant funding from the Tennessee Department of Transportation, TDOT, and appropriating $551,230 to initiate construction on the Mississippi Boulevard Pedestrian Crossing Project, EN 01062, District 4, Super District 8. This resolution is sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. We're excited to receive these federal funds. The committee met, received a favorable recommendation, and I so move.
Moved by Swearingen Washington, seconded by Warren. It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. Madam Comptroller, could you please prepare the screen for a vote?
Canali, yes. Cooper Sutton, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Walker, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes.
This item passes. All right. Sergeant at Arms, are there any public comment cards? I need to call 18. I thought Councilman Kennedy already called 18. Yeah. Okay, no, we have a litany of coming cards.
18's a whole.
18 is a whole. 18 is a whole.
Thank you.
This is it. Okay, prior to getting to the comment cards, Councilman Vice Chairman Canali, could you please read the same 9 minutes into the record?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Same night minute items are 5, 10, and 25. With that, I move it to the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Councilman Canali, seconded by, well, move it again. All right, seconded by Warren. All those in favor? Well, Madam Comptroller, could you please spread the screen? Council members, please cast your vote so we can get to the coming cards.
I'm about to call the roll call for our same night minutes. Canali, yes. Ford, yes. Green, yes. Spinoza, yes. Swearingen Washington, yes. Warren, yes. White, yes. Chairman Smiley, yes. Thank you. Please show Councilmember Walker voting yes for the same night minutes.
This how many coming cards? This item passes. This brings us to our comment cards. Miss Patricia Bendita, if I'm butchering your name, my apologies. Could you please come to the podium? Patricia June Bendita. Okay.
Hello, my name is Patricia June. Hello, my name is Patricia June Bendina. My address is 7761 Shelby Grove Court, number 201 in Memphis, Tennessee, 38018. I'm an activist for Palestine. I've been an activist for 6 years. And I really want us to work together, Palestine and the United States, to make sure that we do the right things regarding morals and values, our family values. and work together with other countries to make sure that traveling is smooth and to make sure that individuals have safe lives and to put an end to genocide so that Palestinians have a safe place to live. I am here.
So, excuse me. So for those of you who are attending the council meeting for the first time, and especially while I'm chair, we're not going to do any clapping. We're going to do thumbs up if you are in support of what's being said, and thumbs down if you disapprove of what's being said. But by the audience, it seems like majority of people here are in support of what's saying. So give a thumbs up to let her know that you're affirming what she's saying, and so that our council understands that you're here in support of what's being said. Thank you all. And sorry for cutting you off. The floor is yours, and you still have about 50 seconds, so go ahead.
I also want to make sure that you understand that I'm also representing the deaf community and the deaf individuals in Palestine, as well as deaf children. And I'm here to express my feelings and to solicit your support. I am here to express my support to the City Council for the resolution, not just for 6 weeks, but for the rest of our lives. I'm not standing alone. In addition to my fellow Memphians here tonight, as you can see, I am here in support of America. I would like for you to ceasefire, stop the ceasefire, and stop the innocent genocidal killings that are occurring. And work with us for financially to provide food, building our communities so that we can have the proper equipment that we need. So we need help with tractors.
Ms. Patricia.
And many.
Your time's up, but please give us a concluding statement.
I come here today to command this council, my city council, to stand up for values and will of the American people and pass a ceasefire resolution, please, as we stand together with Palestine.
Thank you, Ms. Patricia, for coming. I think I've said this a number of times, but we do appreciate you coming down to this body and expressing your concerns. And I do believe government works best when we have active participation from the community at large. So we appreciate your comments. And let me make this disclaimer. If I get your name wrong, I'm apologizing from the front end, okay? My bad. I am sorry. Heba Ishmael. And while Heba is walking down, Councilwoman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just wanted to reiterate the Chairman's sentiments that we appreciate everyone coming out. And I guess I did want to know, Chairman, and I don't know if we say this is a point of information or I'm not really sure how to pose the question. I know we have public comment, but in terms of, I don't know if there was like a collective request for the body or, because I didn't know if this would be something, I guess I didn't know kind of what authority or.
I got you.
Okay.
All right. So essentially, what for those of you who are trying to gather what Councilwoman White is saying, she's talking about the purview of City Council. Although we cannot directly impact or influence what's happening now, by give us a thumbs up if this is what you're requesting, because we don't know what the request is, but by the 50 cards that I have in my hand, it seems that everyone is in agreement. I'm assuming what the request of this body is, I guess, to pass some resolution, although it's non-binding, to speak in okay.
Some of these are.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do, could someone with the resolution bring it to Sergeant Orms? He's gonna get it, and we'll get with staff and see if there's something that we can do. Hold on, okay, gotcha. Come on, one at a time. Okay, thank you. All right. Excuse me, sir.
Do you mind if he goes right before me? He'll explain. He had the presenting or the introduction.
One second.
And I'll go right after.
What's your name?
Michael Press.
Michael?
Vicente Press.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Heba, you want him to go first? I have your card, so could you go?
He's answering all your questions, so he can.
All right. Hold on. Let me find Michael's card. 1 second. Now it's 50. It's going to take me a minute. See his card.
Did he fill out a card? Did you fill out a card, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you spell your name?
Michael.
I don't.
For my last name only. Perez.
I do not see your card. Heba, could you
certainly filled it out.
I got you. Heba, could you go ahead and present? I'm going to search for Michael's card.
Okay. And I want to thank the council.
No, Michael. Can I find your card? Heba, could you go ahead and present? While I'm searching for Michael's card.
Excuse me, I'm not here to free Palestine.
Excuse me. Are you recognized?
I've been calling y'all.
So, excuse me.
Police killed my sister and my brother. You can beat on all that. I don't care nothing about that. I done called Brittany. I done called everybody. Y'all got stuff in here talking about free Palestine and North Memphis, South Memphis, and East Memphis ain't free. You can call everybody.
Order. So if I have I'm going to say this. Yeah. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this one time and one time only. That was rather eventful. I'm going to say this one time and one time only. The next outburst, we're going to end public comment, and we're going to adjourn this meeting. I would like to hear each and every one of you. We're showing you respect. We're allowing you to speak, and we're listening. But what we don't want to see is another outburst like that. So I'll ask you to respect this body, and if you're in support of what Ms. Heba, am I butchering your name? I apologize. Heba. What Ms. Heba is saying, give you a thumbs up. But let's not have any outbursts, okay? That was totally inappropriate, so we're not going to do that. Ms. Heba, and you can pronounce your last name?
Hiba Ismail.
Hiba Ismail. Okay, go ahead. The floor is yours. And then, Michael, I found your card. My bad. Go ahead.
Well, Michael was going to let you know
Mike,
that you all received an email.
Okay, come on, Michael. Come talk to me. And then, Ms. Heba, you're next.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all who stayed. I know some council folks have to leave, so I appreciate the rest of you are still here. Hello, City Council members. My name is Dr. Michael Vicente Perez, and I reside at 6757 Abingdon Cove, which is in District 2 and Super District 9. I'm here as a concerned citizen of Memphis and as a representative of a coalition of groups and organizations committed to ending the war in Palestine and ending Israel's apartheid rule over the Palestinian people. I and many other Memphians are here today to speak to you about the ongoing genocide in Palestine. You, our city councilors, have all been sent an email, including a copy of a ceasefire resolution, as well as a request for a meeting to discuss it. This resolution specifically calls for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine-Israel, immediate and unrestricted access to humanitarian aid, conditional financial support to Israel, and the release of all Israeli hostages taken by Hamas and Palestinians unlawfully detained by Israeli forces. This ceasefire resolution is a symbol. It's not going to end the genocide in Gaza or the assault on Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, but it is nonetheless important. It is important because the suffering of the people of Gaza and the West Bank is directly affecting our community in Memphis, which is your community too. It's important because the suffering of the people of Gaza and the West Bank is directly tied to our government. More than any other country in the world, the United States has provided Israel with nearly unlimited political and military support, including during its genocidal assault on Palestinians in Gaza. That makes the suffering of Gaza, the genocide, our responsibility. We approach you today because across our nation and world, there's a profound lack of leadership on the side of humanity. Memphis has a history of being on the side of humanity. The civil rights struggle bears witness to that. Humanity is not just about Memphis. It's not just about America. It's about Palestine too. Palestinians in Gaza are humanity, and in the name of humanity, we ask you all to support the resolution. Thank you.
Doctor, I'm sorry I didn't put the proper respect on your name. Thank you for being here today. Thank you. It seems that the folks who drafted this resolution did their due diligence, so I appreciate that. Come on up. Heba. I got it right that time. All right. Go ahead.
You need my address.
Name and address for the record.
My name is Heba Ismail. Address is 485 Ensworth Court, Cordova, Tennessee, 38018. And I reside in District 2. So I'm here as a Palestinian American, raised in Memphis, went to school here, went to college here, lived here forever, got married, fell in love, all that good stuff. And I'm here today to express my support for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. Gaza is situated in the Mediterranean, just north of Egypt, on the southwest corner of Israel. It is 161 square miles and home to 2.2 million people whose ancestors were forced from their homes by Israel and denied the right to return. After the attacks on October 7th, Israeli military forces dropped 6,000 bombs on the most densely populated area of Gaza in the span of 1 week. As of November 2023, Israel had dropped more than 25,000 tons of explosives on Gaza, the equivalent of 2 nuclear bombs. That was 5 months ago, 150 days ago. And Israel continues to bomb refugee camps, houses, the oldest churches in the world, mosques, universities, and hospitals. The Gaza Health Ministry's death toll has surpassed 30,000, with more than 8,000 people trapped under the rubble. More than 65,000 people seriously injured or maimed, and thousands more missing. Of the 30,000 killed, 14,000 have been children. 14,000 children are dead. At least 38,000 human beings have been killed in 5 months. 1.9 million Palestinians have been internally displaced at least one time, and close to 30,000 children have been orphaned. Those displaced are now suffering hunger and disease. On February 28th, in one of Israel's most recent atrocities, now called the Flower Massacre, more than 100 people were killed and more than 700 injured while standing in line for food. Yes, Israeli armed forces, being paid for with my tax dollars, open fire on unarmed civilians, waiting for food while aid trucks sit at the border. Do you see why we are here? Can you understand human suffering?
Ms. Ismail, I'm sorry your time's out, and we had like 50 people here, but
And that's why we're asking for you to adopt a ceasefire resolution.
So literally, and we hear you all, and thank you for being here. And you know, a lot of times when we have coming cars that come before this body, we see people show up on one issue and one issue alone. And what my request is from this community is, don't let this be the last time you come before this body. Hopefully we hear from you more than.
We'll be back.
More than, absolutely. You know, I love it. I love it. But thank you so much for your input. Okay. I'm tired of apologizing. Just know my heart. My bad. Yeah. Suleiman Hazma. Did I butcher that really badly? I tried.
Yes, sir.
How did I do it?
Solomon. You can just call him Solomon. It's a biblical name. Quran
Solomon,
name.
the floor is yours, sir.
Yes, sir.
Name it.
All right.
Name and address for the record.
6250 Winchester Road in District 12. Hello, City Council members. I am Solomon, District 12. I'm here today to express my support for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. One of the big issues that we have for journalists killed since October. Under international humanitarian law, members of the press retain all the same right to safety and exclusions from violence as civilians. Since October 7, Israeli military has a lot of they did it as of operations, has specifically targeted and killed at least 112 journalists in Gaza. Nearly 75% of all journalists killed in 2023. I would like to read some of their names and ensures that their sacrifices and they're memorized. In February 2024, Angham, Idwan, and Nafiz, and Jawad, and Ala al-Hamis has been killed. And there's some more of them. One of them is in January 2024. Mohammed Atala is 24 years old, Palestinian editor in local and is in a Risala News website. He has been killed. There's many of them. Even actually Hamza al-Dahdouh, he's a Palestinian journalist in camera, is a cameraman, operates in Al Jazeera News, and he's his son of an Al Jazeera channel. So he has been killed, and his family. So a lot of them has been killed. So we're here to ask for to adopt that ceasefire and to adopt that resolution. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. All right, we have another one. Adivia Arafat.
Hello, my name's Adria. It's okay. Nobody can pronounce it right. It's Adria Arafat, and I'm a resident in Cordova on Woodland Hills Drive in District 2, and I'm here as an educator, wife, mother, grandmother, and representative of Muslim women in Memphis. I'm here today to show my support for the City Council's adoption of the ceasefire resolution. Under Article 8 of the Rome Statute, intentional attacks on historic monuments and buildings dedicated to religion, education, art, science, or charitable purposes are considered war crimes. Since October 7th, Israel has destroyed or damaged more than 69 schools completely, with 275 partially damaged and at least 120 mosques and churches. On January 17th, Israel destroyed the last standing university in Gaza. Such targeted destruction of educational and religious sites is glaring evidence of the ethnic cleansing taking place in Palestine. UNESCO has reported the destruction of cultural and historic sites in Gaza for many years. About the current genocide, one UNESCO representative told NPR, UNESCO is deeply concerned about the adverse impact of the ongoing fighting on cultural heritage in Palestine and Israel. Our organization calls on all parties involved to strictly adhere to international law. Cultural property should not be targeted or used for military purposes. I will now list some of the churches, mosques, schools, and World Heritage sites that Israel has destroyed or damaged. And on a personal note, I have visited many of these places in person as I lived in Gaza for 9 years and visited over the last summer and left on October 1st. St. Hilarion Monastery, built in the 4th century, Isra University, Khalil el-Rahman Mosque, St. Porphyrius Church, the 3rd oldest Christian church in the world, the great Honorary Mosque and Library, the Rafa Museum, the Byzantine Church of Jabalia, built in the 5th century, El Saka Palace, Cultural Archives of Gaza City, Qasr el-Basha Castle, built in the 13th century, the Islamic University of Gaza that I taught at, Khadr el-Tazi House, Atta Library, Edward Said Library. Please adopt the ceasefire resolution. This is the least you could do to stop the genocide and now the deliberate starvation of the civilian population. Thank you.
Thank you. See, that time I thought I said it wrong, but your handwriting looks like mine. It looks like mine. All right. But seriously, thank you for being here. Don't let this be your last time. Kevin Crawford. And when you get down here, name and address for your record. And we have literally about 50 come-in cards going forward. I'm going to be kind of quick with the hey, we're at 2 minutes.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing all right.
Kevin Crawford, my address is 1095 West Lexington Circle. Today I will be speaking about, I am here with Mrs. Spriggs, part of the Game Changers movement. Today I will be speaking on the sawmill that they are planning to build on Washington, Chelsea. I feel like there should not be a sawmill planted in that area. I live walking distance from the area. My grandmother also lived walking distance from the area. My grandma walks to the stores right across the street from the area, and I feel like the sawmill and the dust and the particles is bad for our health. I feel like it should be anything. I feel like there should be something else they should build, like a grocery store instead of a sawmill industry plant right there. And also, I feel like, yeah, that's all I had to say. But basically, I just wanted to, yeah, that's it.
Mr. Crawford, how old are you?
I'm 17.
Man, first of all, I just want to thank you for being here, because when I was 17, I would be everywhere but the city council meeting. Probably places my mom didn't approve of or my dad, but the fact that you're here, I appreciate that.
No problem.
Encourage your younger peers, and to Mrs. Spriggs, thank you for getting the young people here. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. All right, Ms. Sherman. Mr. Spriggs. Name and address for the record. You know what you're doing, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, Vincent Spriggs, 440 North McNeil Place. Okay. So I have an organization called Game Changers where we mentor, community organize, and the reason I stand here before you today, even though I know that you guys are going to be talking about the sawmill on the 19th, is because a lot of my students, a lot of the kids that I mentor, they deal with a lot of economic health disparities and also gun violence. And to put a sawmill right in the middle of a residential area, I think it doesn't do them justice, because if we were to take that same sawmill and to put that in a community, say Collierville or Germantown, I feel like this wouldn't even be an issue or anything to talk about. It could get shut down. But you have an organization that already put money onto the land to purchase it without even talking to residents, without talking to anybody within the community. And I think that that's unfair.
And I think that, on the 19th, you guys should consider that when they're here telling you all the reasons why it's good for the community. In North Memphis, I'm sure that the statistics would show that the health is a lot worse than other areas of Memphis, Tennessee. And so putting that sawmill, which would cause a lot of respiratory issues, it's just not fair. I just want you guys to consider that as you're listening to that proposal on the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Spriggs.
Thank you.
I just want to commend your efforts with the young people in our community. I see the work that you and Rachel do, and we appreciate that. I am going to go to Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. I'm also ask a question as well. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for coming down, Mr. Spriggs. Mr. Spriggs, I just wanted to ask you, have you had an opportunity to go and look at the site in person?
Yes, ma'am. So when I picked up Kevin Crawford, and I kept straight down, and I made that left on Chelsea and what's the name of that cross street?
We got you. We know where you are.
Yeah. But I saw it, and I actually saw the wood already in the yard. The lumber was already down, like they're ready to go. I did see the site, and it's residential in the front, the back, the side, and it's some other things that could be there. Like North Memphis doesn't even have a grocery store. So why not make that a nice site for a grocery store? Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
So, I just want you to do this prior to the next meeting. You did mention some environmental or health concerns. I've seen a lot of data. What I would hope that you all do is between now and the next council meeting, depending on what the council ultimately elects to do prior to then, could you provide this body with some data to show that this particular proposal has a hazardous impact on the people in terms of health disparities? Also, what I would like to know, we can't stop them from buying the property. You said, how come they didn't have to come before this body? Literally, the council cannot say, no, you can't buy it. If they buy it, they just buy it. There's nothing we can do. That's private development. We just have some purview over what they do with the land, but even that has limitations. And there is a mechanism in place when you're dealing with zoning ordinances for them to still go to the Chancery Court and ultimately get what they want because they do own the land outright. So I do want to put that on your mind, and I would love to see some data. In the words of Councilman Jones in his absence, if we can't measure it, you can't manage it. And we haven't seen no data to suggest that this is wrong. But thank you for being here. Continue to do the work with the young people, man. I think, that's how we get to where we want to be as a community, and really appreciate you for being here.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you. All right, back. Okay. So bear with us. I said 50, seriously 50. All right, Noah, come on down. Noah's here. I know I saw Noah. There you go.
Hi there. My name is Noah Nordstrom.
Name and address.
Yeah. I live at 6220 Forest Grove Drive. That's in District 2 and Super District 9. I'm a local Spanish teacher and Democratic candidate for Tennessee House District 83. Now, I'm here to urge the council to pass the resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Over the last several months, we have watched one of the most heart-wrenching humanitarian catastrophes in my lifetime unfold right in front of our eyes. We watched as Netanyahu bombed the oldest church, one of the oldest churches in the world. The church was filled with refugees. The church was bombed with our weapons and tax dollars. We've watched fathers carry the remnants of their children's bodies in plastic bags. We've watched refugee camps, hospitals, schools, and mosques be destroyed. We watched as Netanyahu dropped bombs on Israeli hostages being held in Gaza, proving once and for all that this brutal invasion has nothing to do with protecting the hostages. We saw just last week how the IDF purposely targeted starving Gazans who were gathering to get food that was dropped by the U.S. Over 38,000 Palestinians have been murdered since October, and at least half of those have been precious little children. And as a teacher, I cannot remain silent. The kids of Gaza are just as important as the kids I teach here in Memphis every day. Their lives are just as precious and as worthy of protection. We are in a moment that will be remembered in history. How do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be remembered as the brave leaders who stood up to protect the lives of people who are being systematically exterminated? Or do you want to be remembered as politicians who were too scared to speak up against this mass murder? To those of you who are scared, let me offer this. Me too. I'm a political candidate. I've been told I cannot publicly care about Palestinians. I've been told that Palestinian humanity is too controversial to speak about, and I've been told that it could cost me an election. But I rest easy knowing that none of that is true. Over 80% of Democrats want a ceasefire. Over 70% of independents and over 60% of Republicans want a ceasefire. Even our Representative Steve Cohen and Vice President Kamala Harris agree. And I will close with this. It's not an either-or issue. Because we don't have to choose about caring over Palestinians or Jewish people. It's a false dichotomy. Because many Jewish people in this country and in Israel have risen up to say, not in my name. Many of my dearest friends, relatives, neighbors, and students are Jewish, and never once have any of them wished death upon the people of Gaza. In fact, I've heard them speaking out to end this atrocity. The people of Memphis desperately want peace. In fact, the first question I got from a voter that I didn't know was about whether I would be willing to stand up for a ceasefire. And I will repeat to you what I repeated to him at that time. It's time for a ceasefire now. Please take action to save lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you for being here. I would tell you to continue showing up, but I already know you will. Adele? Okay, I'm pretty sure I said that wrong then. Adele Muhammad? Abel Muhammad? Okay. I'm going to move this card over. Ansar Ali? Ansar Ali. And then next after is going to be Azma. I cannot read your last name. Come on down, get a little closer to the mic. The floor is yours.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ansar Ali, and I reside at 10284 Mays Glade Drive, which is in District 3. I am here today to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Palestine. We see many horrors come out of Gaza, often too much for anyone to bear. As an ongoing genocide is live streamed to our mobile devices, we sit in our homes understanding involvement in these crimes and feeling helpless against them. We are seeing things that we don't have words for. How do we describe this to you? This is another task we are charged with as our brothers and sisters face extermination. How do we tell these stories? How can we put words to things that no one could have imagined? We are witnessing atrocities and a kind of hatred that leaves a pit in the stomach and a knife in the heart of any living being with a conscience. These are dark times. Israeli citizens blow up bounty castles and enjoy cotton candy on the border with Gaza as they block aid trucks and prepare for the people of Israel to settle the rest of Palestine. Darker still is the newly formed acronym, WCNSF. This stands for Wounded Child with No Surviving Family. No surviving family. This doesn't mean that a child's parent and siblings were killed. No, it means that every single one of their cousins, uncles, aunts, parents, siblings, and grandparents is gone forever. Not a single other member of their bloodline has survived. A child with no surviving family. Can you imagine? This is the horror that our tax dollars fund. We should be creating community centers, writing poetry, and singing songs, not creating acronyms such as this. We should not have to be here in front of you today to plead with our leaders to stand for humanity. Fix this. Listen to your constituents and call for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Palestine right now.
Dayala Abdul Rasul. I got it all wrong. This is all bad. Okay. I'm just going to blame Brooke. It's not my fault.
Rasul for short.
What is it?
I just like cut it in half to Rasul, but you know,
Rasul.
that's my official name.
What's your first name?
Diala.
Diala. See, I didn't get that wrong, y'all. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So thank you for offering me the space to speak today. My name is Diala Rasul. I live at 1615 Dexter Lake Drive. He doesn't want me to share my address. I am here.
Zip code?
38016 and District 9.
Okay. District 9. We don't have 9. Super District 9, Council Member District.
Huh?
District 2.
District 2, okay.
District 2. Gotcha.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm here as a Palestinian American and children's book author. I work with nonprofits based in the Middle East as a consultant. I am also a representative of the Mid-South Anti-Apartheid Coalition. I'm here to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. As someone whose illustrator is based in Gaza and who was forcibly displaced and forced to move to the concentration camp that is Rafah, I am watching the news day by day in complete agony. I receive calls from other friends in Gaza who have lost hope and are on the verge of starvation. One in which recently called me from Gaza City to let me know of the birth of his two newborn babies, twins. People in Gaza City and surrounding areas are now dying of starvation and have no access to food. Most of the food that was airdropped to them was expired or damaged. If you'd allow me, I'd like to read a poem by the renowned Palestinian poet, Dr. Rifat al-Arir, who sought to shine a light on the plight of the Palestinian people through his words. He and his brother, sister, and his four children were murdered in their home by a targeted Israeli airstrike on December 7, 2023. This is a critical part of genocide. The oppressor kills thought leaders, artists, and philosophers as a means of snuffing out the future of a people and their ideologies. It is our duty to fight genocide, to stand in the face of this destruction, and to ensure those they try to erase will live on forever. I would like to read you one of Rifat's last written pieces entitled, If I Must Die. If I must die, you must live, to tell my story, to sell my things, to buy a piece of cloth and some strings, make it white with a long tail, so that a child somewhere in Gaza, while looking heaven in the eye, awaiting his dad, who left in a blaze, and bid no one farewell, not even to his flesh, not even to himself, sees the kite, my kite you made, flying up above, and thinks for a moment an angel is there, bringing back love. If I must die, let it bring hope, let it be a tale. We live to tell his story, to tell Palestine's story, and to change its next chapter. I ask you to help us bring hope and show us you care. Prove to us that you are our leaders, that our community matters, and that the people we put in power will stand on the side of humanity. Adopt a ceasefire resolution now. We are already more than 5 minutes too late. Thank you. Oh, you can say
Ceasefire now.
Sorry.
You didn't tell us the name. What's his name? His name? Come on. Come on. Too many people watching. All right. But you're not going to talk to us. My feelings are hurt.
I'm Adam.
Can't see you, Adam.
And I do not feel good about it. About what's happening in Gaza. And I want a ceasefire now.
We can clap for that, y'all. All right, but thank you for bringing him, seeing what democracy looks like. Thank you, really, thank you. Jillian Winhold, I feel like I got this all wrong. I'm trying.
I know.
That's why I went to law school. Or give people nicknames. Did I get it right? Close.
I sure did.
Hey,
everyone.
The floor is yours.
Jillian Wenhold, 63 North Idlewild. I'm a member of Decarcerate Memphis and a concerned resident of District 5 and Super District 9. I'm here because I've been thinking a lot about liberation lately, what that means for us here in Memphis, for our siblings in Palestine, and why we need both before we can truly be free. So as is true with many issues, these two struggles are deeply connected. For starters, here in the United States, we're already living in a post-colonial settler state. We already use carceral systems like jails and prisons and immigration detention to displace people and exploit labor, restricting their movement and means. And in Memphis specifically, our city allocates $274 million a year to policing, while we give nothing to fund public education. We build networks of surveillance cameras in neighborhoods and buy data sets like Thomson Reuters Clear to profile and police our people. I hope you guys are listening up there. We send $9 million in aid to Israel. Our tax dollars are funding the war machine and development of occupation technology in Palestine, which then gets sold or donated to our police. And what's the excuse? Safety, of course. We call for police accountability. They say, what about crime? We say ceasefire now, and they say, what about Hamas? But the real question is, when will we live in a world in which human life is not seen as collateral damage and state violence, repression, and control is not masked as safety? Especially now, as our state legislature tightens their grip on our city, we must break the silence and call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to U.S. aid for Israel. This is a local issue. If we can stand up against the genocidal tactics of the Israeli occupation forces, that will help our people here. Particularly if we can do so while acknowledging the ways in which their tactics are mirrored in our own policing practices, that will help people here. Please listen to the voice of your constituents and introduce a ceasefire resolution. Thank you, and free Palestine, free us all.
Thank you. We just clap for the 5-year-old, 6-year-old. All right. Okay, so you're right. We're listening, but we're also trying to figure out how to make this happen for you all. So I'm not going to engage you. All right. So, yeah. Joe Annie Love Clays. Or did I get that wrong? Right after Sophia Zadeh, come closer. All right, Joe, the floor is yours. Name and address for the record. The floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
Hello? Oh, there we go. My name is Joni Lovecloyce. I reside at 2005 Nelson Avenue, which is in District 9. I am here today to show my support for the City Council's adoption of a ceasefire resolution. It is true that on October 7th, Hamas and other Palestinian actors committed a gross act of violation of the human rights of Israeli citizens. On that day, as many as 695 Israeli civilians were killed, including 36 children. 250 Israelis were also taken hostage back to Gaza. These events are the ones that occurred on October 7th, 2023. I'm sure you remember seeing stories about beheaded babies, sexual violence, and burning infants in the oven. One New York Times article was titled, "Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7th, documented that Israeli survivors of mass rape and other acts of sexual violence by Hamas soldiers. The piece was explosive and galvanized Israeli supporters, taking their attention away from the large-scale killing of civilians happening in Gaza. Every single one of those stories have been proven false. Not a single one has passed a simple fact check. In fact, the co-author of the New York Times article I mentioned is a former Israeli intelligence officer with no journalism experience. Her social media accounts show frequent interactions with genocidal content, such as turn the strip into a slaughterhouse and violate any norm on the way to victory. Today, we know the truth of what happened on October 7th attacks, but the damage is done. These lies were created to incite violence and feed the racist genocidal narrative that underpins Zionism. Those who wrote them knew that they were lies. They knew that they would be questioned and picked apart. Truth was never the aim. It was always propaganda to incite the violence and distract the world from the real atrocities taking place. We refuse to be lied to. We refuse to be bought. We refuse to allow these actions to go without consequences and accountability. 40,000 people are dead. 1,400 children will never grow up. Kids are starving to death while I stand here before you. Too much wrong has been done. Too many lives have been lost. As a Memphis resident and a citizen of the world, I demand you adopt a ceasefire resolution immediately. That was all.
The floor is yours. Name and address for the record, and you can be in.
Hi, my name is Safia Zaidi, and my address is 43 Danner Court, Memphis, Tennessee. I live in District 8. I am a resident physician in Memphis, and I speak today to urge the Memphis City Council to adopt a ceasefire resolution. If we held this gathering at another time and I were to tell you, if we held this gathering at another time and I were to tell you that a population of 2.2 million people were intentionally starved, displaced, and killed in the tens of thousands, there would be shock, disbelief, and sympathy. If we held this gathering at a different time and I were to tell you as a doctor that a population would have severe restrictions of antibiotics, vaccines, trauma care supplies, anesthesia, prenatal care, and surgeries, there would be shock, disbelief, and sympathy. I advocate for the patients of Palestine because I see no difference between them and my patients, and I advocate for the doctors and surgeons in Palestine because I see no difference between them and my colleagues, doctors and surgeons. I advocate for all the people of Palestine because I see no difference between them and all the rest of humanity. And lastly, I support a ceasefire resolution as a doctor because I believe that safety is a human right, healthcare is a human right, and dignity is a human right. And I urge you all to adopt a ceasefire resolution. That concludes my speech. I just wanted to say that a lot of the members of this city council will have our mandatory prayer time at this time in the next 10 to 15 minutes. If you see a lot of names that are not being called, that is why a lot of us have to step outside for 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
You said you're a resident physician where?
In Memphis.
Okay, thank you for being here. It was impressive. I appreciate it. Come back again. Okay, y'all, bear with me. We're gonna give this to the teacher and let the teacher.
Thwarwa, Bill Bessie.
Now let me know if she got it correct, because they're killing me up here.
It's Tharwa Bilbasi.
Hey.
Yes, very close.
Thank you.
Good job.
Name it just for the
Thank
record.
you all for letting us speak today. We appreciate your kindness and your time. We really do. Thank you for that. I am in Germantown, Dogwood Creek, 38139.
Okay, so technically you're supposed to be a resident of the city, but I'm gonna allow you the opportunity to speak. Yeah.
Well, I
think we
appreciate
represent all people, so go ahead.
I appreciate that. I am a person who loves Memphis. As a Memphian and a Palestinian American, I thank you for your time. Today, I'd also like to. I'm here today to in support of an immediate ceasefire in Palestine, Israel. Twins Salah and Khalid Jadallah started a retail business. They sold clothes, shoes, and accessories, which they often hand-delivered. They were big gym goers and posted their workouts on Instagram. Their sister, Dua Jadallah, worked as a medical laboratory analyst at Al-Awda Hospital in northern Gaza, as well as a private lab. She cherished her financial independence and dreamt of earning a master's degree. All three siblings were killed in the same airstrike. They were 27 and 29 years old. Mahmoud An-Naouq did translation work for human rights groups and worked for a think tank focused on improving the quality of life in Palestine. Shortly after the war began, he received a scholarship for a master's in international relations from a university in Australia. He hoped to become a diplomat. Those dreams were cut short when he was killed alongside 20 family members in an airstrike on his family's home. Can you imagine 20 of your cousins, brothers, sisters just gone, dead? The Zionist state of Israel is wiping entire bloodlines off the earth. This is their intent, and my taxes are going to pay for this. So we are gathered here today to wish to see a free Palestine and ceasefire, but we actually hope to see freedom for all oppressed peoples everywhere, including here in Memphis. So thank you for your time, everyone. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, thank you for being here. Reverend Eddie Love. I've seen you before. And then after Yasmin, I will not attempt at your last name. Reverend, the floor is yours.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Edith Amanda Love. I am a Unitarian Universalist minister. I live at 2005 Nelson Avenue, 38104. I'm here today to show my support for a permanent, immediate ceasefire in Palestine and Israel. We have described to you Israel's genocidal rhetoric and dehumanization of the Palestinian people. In solidarity with these people, I would like to share some of their human aspects with you. Each person killed by the IDF was a human being, with a mother and a father, with dreams, a favorite song, a crush on their schoolmate. Each of the following lives was cut short by Israeli aggression and genocide. Farah, 12 years old, she and her twin sister had names that rhymed. She loved to wear colorful accessories and relished the time that she and her sister spent with their neighbors. She was killed in an airstrike on her family's building. Her sister survived along with her parents, and her mother gave birth to a third child 3 weeks later. They named her Farah. Sisters Siwar and Selena were 23 years old and 21 months old. The oldest loved chocolate, Pringles, and strawberry juice. Her younger sister loved playing with her plastic Jeep embellished with a small duck. Lubna, age 14, her father brought her a violin. She loved to play it. Yusuf, 6 years old, he was close to his father and often tagged along with his mother to the gym, where she was a personal trainer. He dreamed of becoming a doctor when he grew up. Just like his dad, he will never grow up. And now I yield the rest of my time to my 8-year-old. Here you go, babe. It's your turn, baby. You got this.
Hi, I am Phoenix. People have been making people starve to death, and if they look for food, game over, and it's got to stop. Everybody should be treated fairly and nice.
She wrote this speech herself.
All right, Yasmin. Yeah. Followed by Brandy Price.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Yasmin, and I reside in Collierville in Hayonka Cove, zip code 38017.
Yeah, I heard my feelings. Usually the space is allocated or designated for City of Memphis residents, but you're here, I'm gonna, at the chair's discretion, give you an opportunity to say a few words.
Thank you.
But the word of the day is gonna be brevity. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm here today to express my support for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. More importantly, to support humanity. Today it's Palestine, tomorrow it could be some other country, but I'm here basically to support humanity. So in the beginning of this meeting here, there was a 92-year-old gentleman with a beautiful prayer and profound words. And I believe all religion teaches humanity. And it's important that our leaders are on the side of humanity, and they have the power to do everything they can to bring justice. And I believe one of our greatest strengths of our country is about, the diversity and unity among all races, religion, ethnicity, etc. And how do we get that? Isn't the answer in our Pledge of Allegiance, which has the words liberty and justice for all? And I'm here again to ask for justice for people of Palestine. And I would like to ask a few questions to our city council members, and they're the following. Israel has been illegally expanding its occupation. It is obvious from the changes in the map of Palestine. Isn't this an eye-opener? Israel has committed several massacres, starting from 1937, 1938, 1939, 1947, and so on, and still going on. Isn't this an act of inhumanity? Israel announces the civilians to move to a safer place, and when people move there, it bombs that so-called safe place. Isn't that obvious that Israel wants to ethnically cleanse? Israel bombs the hospitals and refugee camps. Isn't it obvious that Israel makes sure that wounded civilians do not get treatment and eventually die? Just another way of ethnically cleansing? And there are a lot of questions, but I really appreciate for listening to us. And ultimate power is in God, but the God has given the power in our leaders like you, and we trust you that you do support for humanity. Thanks again.
Thank you for being here. I hope you all are planning to have the same conversation and dialogue with our counterparts across the street, the county commission. Please have the same conversation with the county commission as well. Y'all not give me thumbs up? Okay, there we go. Brandy Price, and followed by Mabel Johnson, if you're here.
Hello, my name is Brandy Price. I stay at 6571 Stockport Cove, and I'm here in support of a ceasefire and the end of genocide on the Palestinian people. Free Gaza. I just want to say these right quick. To the people here today who may or may not know, I'm pretty sure y'all know that we send $9 million a year to Israel. I want to ask y'all, are y'all getting y'all's money's worth? We bombing children, 139 children a day, murdered needlessly. And I want to know, are y'all getting y'all money's worth? Meanwhile, we can't fix the roads here in the city. Not only we have potholes, we have reverse potholes where it's just jagged road. But we spending billions of dollars on police force to be trained, sent overseas, to be trained over by Israel. And we got enough money to build two cities, a cop city here in Tennessee and a Blue Oval city, which is dedicated to building electric cars, which need lithium, which is sourced from the Congolese mines and slavery of your own people in Africa, also being funded by Israel as well, the enslavement of people here in Memphis, the slavery of people in Congolese. And so I want to know, are y'all getting y'all's money's worth? We're worried more. I want to capitulate to humanity, but a lot of times the people here are not even focused on that. They focus on the physical aspect of it. Are you getting your money's worth? We bomb, some of y'all Christian and all this like that, but we bombed the city where Christ was born. And when Judgment Day comes, who's going to save you? Who's going to save you? Are you getting your money's worth, y'all? Like, while we're bombing children, we're bombing people needlessly, helplessly, and then come over and fund the same terrorism by our own police department? Are you getting your money's worth? I take care of some of y'all constituents and stuff like that. Jeff Warren, like Janet Hicks says, free Palestine. Your patient says free Palestine. You're not even paying attention, you're gone. End of genocide is not right. The people that's paying you say it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. And continue to show up to this body and express your concerns. Adam Salah. I literally pulled your card out of the stack because you said free Palestine. I have some current concerns I'd like to share. You left a comment.
That's definitely it.
All right, come talk to me, man.
Okay, I'm used to speaking, but I got on nerves still, so bear with me.
Name and address for the record and get started.
Okay, 970 Bonnybrook Cove, 38018, I think District 2. All right, my dad's there recording. Okay, hi, my name is Adam Saleh, and I'm here speaking on behalf of Memphians in support of civil rights and human rights. On behalf of the youth and the student organization I started with my friend Betty called Palestine Legacy Platform. More on that later. Excuse me for speaking fast. Y'all only give us 2 minutes, so I'd appreciate it if you'd understand every word. Council members, give me your eye contact and also your ear. Please don't turn a blind eye. Thank you. City council members, are you against white supremacy? Do you remember the stories your parents told of the unruly hatred they faced or witnessed in segregationist America? An America that we say we love now, of course, but that barred black people from their basic human rights, like transportation and restrooms, and the version of America we all denounce unanimously that has continued from the 20th into the 21st century, killing black people at the hands of police violence. I hope you do remember all of this injustice, because as we speak, an unjustified occupation, and I'm sorry, an apartheid regime has been doing the same, but even more, for the past 75 years by tyrannizing my people, my indigenous people in Palestine. My family, my cousin last week was battered by Israeli occupation forces in the spine, just like they did to Tyree. Rest in power. Our Memphis citizens are here to be heard, and my people, my family is being slaughtered, as you've just heard. City council members, I don't mean to give you secondhand trauma as I am feeling right now, but I offer you the chance to educate yourself. Tuesday, March 19th at the University of Memphis, 3rd floor, next to the UC ballroom, there will be a teach-in led by a Jewish alumni, a Reverend Fisher from the ABC, Dr. Quoba and Dr. Perez right over there. They're going to teach you what is going on. You might see as unbiased from your political image point of view, but please go there and listen. Excuse me, ma'am, no disrespect, but please listen to what I'm saying, okay? So educate yourselves. This is your duty with all due respect, but if I had to say it sternly, coming November, we will be coming to the polls and telling y'all what we think. So please show yourselves and please support a ceasefire and read the documents, and let's vote on it in 2 weeks. Thank you.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
Yes, sir. I'm 19. I'm in college freshman at University of Memphis. I'm an engineering student. This is not my ballpark, but maybe one day, no offense, I'll be a city council member just like you.
I hope so.
Yes, sir.
There's another young man out here, Mr. Massey. Yeah. I enjoy public input.
No offense, I appreciate y'all. I know we're over time, but this is a little conversation because this is what we're supposed to be having here. Like, genuinely, I know what it's like being in your position, and I know it's hard to hear all of us out, but this is what y'all are here for. This is what y'all have been voted in for. So please really hear us out. It's hard to hear it, but at least act on it. So thank you.
Okay, but thank you for being here. I appreciate the feedback. I'm going to butcher another name. Let's not do that. Here you go. Here you go. Not butchering another name. Try it again.
Fade, Sheriff.
There you go. Good. Teamwork make dream work. At least it's Excel.
Assalamu alaikum. That means peace be upon you.
Keep speaking to the mic.
That means peace be upon you. My name is Fode Sharif. My address is 3921 Oak Ranch Circle East, Memphis, Tennessee 38135. So, I'm here to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the occupied West Bank. Rifat al-Arir was a Palestinian poet who sought to shine a light on the plight of the Palestinian people through his words. He and his brother, sister, and her 4 children were murdered in the home by a targeted Israeli airstrike on December 7, 2023. This is a critical part of genocide. The oppressor kills thought leaders, artists, and philosophers as a means of snuffing out the future of a people and their ideologies. It is our duty to fight the genocide, to stand in the face of this destruction, and to ensure those those they try to erase will live on forever. I ask you to help us bring hope and show us care. Prove to us that you are our leaders, that our community matters, and that the people we put in power will stand on the side of humanity. Adopt a ceasefire resolution now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right. We're going to go to Damian Curry Morris. Come on up. Mr. Morris? He's 16? I'm loving the youth engagement, y'all. So y'all doing a great job with getting people involved. Good job, for sure. Mr. Morris, you know what to do. You've been here multiple times.
No, not multiple times, Councilman Smiley. I'm tired of y'all telling lies on me.
How many times have you been here?
So, because I hate to come down here.
But you come. Talk to me.
When necessary.
Talk to me.
And I believe it's necessary. Damon Curry Morris, 1529 Dunmore Road, Memphis, Tennessee. I want to first say I apologize for that outburst earlier, but Councilman Smiley and members of the City Council, you're going to see a little bit more of that in this city, not negating the facts that it was inappropriate for them to battle with as I stand with the people that are behind me. But when do we pay attention? It seems that the truth can be right in front of our faces and we refuse to believe it. I received several phone calls after the elections. These phone calls were, Damon, we need to make a calls for Police Chief Davis.
All right.
Let me be clear. I have nothing personal against Police Chief Davis. But I stand on this until God calls me home. Her officers are sabotaging her and undermining her authority. Now, y'all received several emails from me, proving videos, the whole 9 yards. Incompetence of the law, number 1. No compassion for human life, number 2. Rudeness, I can go on and on. Look at my social medias, it's all up and down there. I was witnessed in the Airways precinct to a 15-year-old child whose father was berated by an officer right in front of him. And I'm asking, is that what we're doing? Now, I come down here today with all of that I've sent to you all to ask the City Council. I'm on the track now, and I'm asking on behalf of the citizens of the city of Memphis, 69% of them in the survey that we just got back that says they are not in favor of the police. Let us defund the police. Let's start that process. I'm on board for that now.
I feel like I may regret asking this question, Mr. Morris. Come back.
Councilman Smiley.
So what you're asking, okay, I think you're asking us to do 2 things. What are you asking this body to do? Because I think you open up with the statement, you ended with the statement. What are you asking this body to do?
I'm asking y'all to defund the police. Because if you got a police lieutenant that had me come down here to ask y'all, and he told me on recorded telephone that it's the citizens' responsibility to police themselves, Councilman Smiley. I said, you got some nerve to have me come down to the City Council to ask y'all for more funds for what y'all not doing? So I'm just, hey, you want to have this conversation? I've asked Chief Davis, I asked her up in committee this morning. Let's sit down and talk. Okay, let me show you what your officers are doing. 13 officers show up on my front porch, scared the hell out of my grandson. Okay? Because he didn't want his grandfather to be hurt. Very disrespectful, very rude, and was the second time some officers then came to my house and disrespected me. Now, I know what you done heard about me around in this community. Let me make this clear. I know what you done heard about me, but let me tell you something. I'm one of the most peaceful people in this community. But let me make this clear. Do not wake me up, because disrespect is met with disrespect, and I will accomplish my goals by any means necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Wendy Clark Hudson, Austin. Wendy Clark Austin. Wendy's out of here. Joe Kent. Mr. Kent still here? All right, Mr. Kent's gone. Ahmad Altareb. Ahmad. I'm not, you finna get me together. I feel it. I can see it. Get me together, all right?
All right, it's Amal Altareb.
Oh, that's an L.
Yeah.
Okay, you write like me as well.
510 East Panatalk, 38126. So, hello, City Council members. I know we're all tired. I am getting sick myself, so I really appreciate you. We all appreciate you for being here.
There's someone out there who told us we signed up for this, so we'll be okay.
Right. Super District 9, I'm a Central High School graduate, 2018, recent college graduate, Yale University, political science, human rights. But I'm a teacher here at Pleasant View School, and my students, 16-year-old and others, are also here.
Hold up, 1 second. You have your students out. You can have them come stand with you. Come on, come stand with her.
All my students.
You do a lot of teaching, and they're bigger than you. But go ahead.
I've been here for a long time.
Absolutely. So thank you all for coming.
Yeah. So I want to say I'm so proud of my students. I'm giving them extra credit. That's why they're here. I'm just kidding. So we're all here to call for a ceasefire. I know that our sister who came and rightfully was really upset. She is a mom, and she was saying, you know, my son is killed, and why are we caring about Palestine when we need to free North Memphis? And we're not here saying, council members, that we should only look at Palestine or Gaza or across the ocean and not care about Memphis. Yes, have we not been as involved? Yes, but I promise you that me and my students will be more involved in Memphis because that is our home, and we do care about it. But what we're calling you right now to do is there's an ongoing genocide, people being killed, and we do have something that we can do, which is simple. Let's pass a ceasefire resolution. The whole world has agreed on it. Only the U.S., has been disagreeing disagreeing on the resolutions, right, to not pass a ceasefire. So I'm here to speak as a teacher. Early on, I saw a video of students crying as their teacher was telling them, I'm gonna leave the school. A couple of months, little did they know that a couple months later that the school will be destroyed, the teacher will be killed, and all of the students will be killed. This is the magnitude that we're talking about. That broke my heart. And many times, I can't tell you, I can't explain I'm not Palestinian, I'm Yemeni American. I was born here, lived in Yemen, came back. So I've seen the images of starving Yemeni kids, and we're seeing this pain and we're crying day and night. I cry on my way to work. And I see the pain in my whole community. I see the pain everywhere. So what we're asking again is not, and I think, the Palestinian asking for a ceasefire might have been seen as, it's coded, right, as a pro-Hamas or terrorist or et cetera, but it's really, this movement is for humanity. I've gone way off script, but my message is that, yeah, we need to pass a ceasefire. That's the first step. and we need to work on all Memphis issues. So thank you for being here and for listening.
Thank you for being here today. That's fine. All right, we have 25 more cards. If some of you would like to pull your comment card, I'm not going to be opposed to it. But in all seriousness, y'all killing me getting these names wrong. I'm going to give these cards to Jenna.
Hadia Tassir. Hadia Tassir.
So, okay. So what we're not gonna do is we're not going to blurt out. Council, I will adjourn this meeting. So we're gonna take one at a time.
They want to know if it could be better on stage.
So let me address the procedures. At this point, this body cannot take a vote. The meeting has concluded. We don't have a quorum either. So there has to be 7 people on this body to pass anything. We don't have 7 people. So that's another thing. We're going to continue on with public comment. I know that that's something that we want to do. We want to hear from the people. So we're going to continue with public comment. And the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Hadia Taysir. I reside in 386 North Walnut Bend Road, Cordova, Tennessee, District 12. My zip code is 380118. I'm here. I am a student of Miss Adderab, who just spoke. I am 15 years old. I was born in Memphis. Yes, I'm 15. I was born in Memphis, Tennessee, 2008, November 30. When I was born, when I was a year old, I moved and I moved to live in Palestine because that was where I'm ethnically from. I lived there for 3 years and then came back to Memphis. After 10 years, because the difficulties of entering it's hard. They make it hard for fun. I came back after 10 years for a month. Let me tell you my experience. Everywhere you go, every block, in every corner, you see a Jewish man, an Israeli guy, holding a huge gun, threatening you with it. Just because you want to go to city by city. If I want to go from a city of Ramallah to Nablus, I would have to stop at least multiple checkpoints with these dudes with guns. And I'm like, what did we do? We can't, our people, we can't even afford weapons. And you're threatening us with these $1,000 guns or something. And it's not fair. We have to speak about it. We can't stay silent, especially for the kids and people of Gaza. Their blood literally flows the streets, and people want to stay silent. Please do not ignore my words. The blood flows the streets. How is your blood and their blood any different? The blood that flows in me might as well be the same as the blood that flows in them. You can't ignore these children. It's not fair. There is no justice. There has to be justice. We have to speak for the children of Gaza. We can't stay silent. We cannot ignore them. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Sade Maria.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Seda Maria Altareb, and I live at 6670 Enoch Cove, which is in District 9. I am here as a Yemeni American and a student at Pleasant View School. I am 9 years old, and I am in 4th grade. Today, I'm here to express my support for calling an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine and Gaza. Human rights are not the rights of some people in some places at some times. No. Human rights are the rights of all people, and they are the rights we have because we are human, not because we are white, black, Jewish, American, Muslim, or Palestinian. This is what the world agreed to, and what America agreed to. The killing of children in Gaza has been especially horrible. There are thousands of children who have died, but I will read a few. Rayyan Abdullah, Maria Yasser, Ahmed Muhammad, Asil Muhammad, Bilal Khalid. I am also here because when I see an ice cream truck, I run to it happy. But in Gaza, ice cream trucks have been filled with the dead because hospitals have been destroyed and there is no electricity or food or water even. I am here because I know what's happening is not right and we should try our best to stop it. Please call for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
I just want to say she came to me and she said, ML, can I read it? Can I please speak? Can you help me with writing something? So she knows what's right and what's not right. I think we all know what's right. Pass the ceasefire.
Thank you.
Someday.
I'm very confident with all these young people engaged in this process that our city will be in good hands here soon. So keep them engaged, keep them attentive to what's happening not only in the city but in the world as well. She the youngest person that spoke to us today? She's one of the 5-year-old? Okay. Y'all doing an amazing job.
Alzara, Altareb, or Atereb.
Followed by Amber Sherman.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Zahra Al-Tereb, and I reside at 6670 Enoch Cove, 38134, District 5. I'm also here as a youth, and a representative of Memphis Muslims for Justice. I am
Hold on,
an
what's the
MSCS.
name? I'm sorry, what's the name of the organization? I keep hearing it, but I'm not hearing it clearly.
Memphis Muslims for Justice.
Memphis Muslims for Justice, gotcha.
Yes. And I am a current MSCS student at White Station. I feel like sometimes, we talk in such vague terms, and even when we say like such a big number, like 30,000 casualties, it's still hard to actually recognize how big of a number that is. So today I wanted to shed light on a couple of stories. So in the past month, this may be a bit graphic, but in the past month, I've seen a child who was starved beyond recognition, a man who was bulldozed by a 147,000-ton Israeli tank, and a 6-year-old girl who was left trapped in a car until she was shot by Israeli gunfire. So first I'll start with the child. His name was Yazan al-Kafarana, and he died from malnutrition, because of the current blockade on Gaza. He was 10 years old. The Palestinian man who was bulldozed by an Israeli truck, he was constrained, and you could still see the zip tie on his hand. That's the only part of his body that's still recognizable as a human body. And as for Hind Rajab, she had been in contact with the Palestinian Red Crescent Society, and the ambulance that was sent to save her was only found 12 days later, bombed by Israel. And note that they had coordinated with Israeli officials to get them there. So not only Hind died, her 7 family members died, and her mother said, after finding her body 12 days later, her decomposing body, her mother said that she will never forget all those who failed her, every person, organization, or government. She said that she will hold everyone accountable. Thank you. Please adopt a ceasefire resolution.
So everyone standing here,
I was literally going to ask you that question, but go ahead.
we're all siblings. So do you guys want to get in order from oldest to
Y'all
youngest?
Oh, y'all siblings. Who's the oldest? How old are you? Teacher at White Station. Teacher at Soulsville. Who's the teacher at Soulsville? Big Dad. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Ms. Sherman.
My name is Amber Sherman. My address is 6070 North Belgrove Cove, Memphis, Tennessee. Once again, I've written a speech that I'm not going to say because I'm so disgusted by the action of the City Council today. And as I was sitting there, I really was resonating on the fact that this is how we treat communities we don't see as the majority, because these Arab and Muslim folks are in here talking about something that's very important to them, and half the council is gone. Half of y'all aren't paying attention. Pearl Walker looked like she's sleeping. Janika wasn't paying attention most of the time. They're having to write signs in real time to tell you to pay attention because you aren't listening to them. They're talking about their families and people who look like them dying of hunger, being run over, shot in the face, and y'all not listening to them. And it's very disrespectful. If you don't know how to pronounce someone's name, ask an Arab-speaking person how to do it. But to laugh and joke about how you don't know how to say it or you can't understand the handwriting, you don't do it to black folks when we come speak. We got difficult names too. I think it's extremely disrespectful the way y'all have acted today. And I don't feel like any of y'all are listening to them. And to act like you don't know about the resolution they sent you. They've been emailing you for weeks about this resolution. None of y'all have enough courage to pick it up and sponsor it. So that's why they had to all come here, over 70 plus people, and make comments and just complained about because you don't want to hear 50 plus comment cards. But this is the only avenue we have to speak to you is to come to city council meetings. So I wish you would just do your actual job, read your emails, respond to your constituents, set up meetings they're asking you to set up, and listen to them.
Councilwoman Walker's in the queue.
Yes, as an FYI for anyone who may not know, today is an election day and the polls close at 7. Also,
We're not, come on, let's
in
not yell out.
addition to today being an election day, today was the first day for the MLGW community meetings that started at 6. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Walker. The reason that she brought that to your attention is not that the council did not hear your concerns. It's that we have a lot of responsibilities to the people of the city, and sometimes our meetings conflict. Those who are here, we allow some of our other council members to go do some of the other issues. Some council members vote on election day. Some council members have to go to the MLGW committee. It's not that this body is not hearing your concerns. And I do want to allow Councilwoman White to speak as well. Go ahead.
Ms. Sherman comes before this body often. I know many of you all do not. And I want you to know that we are here and we have been listening. I've been listening. I actually don't feel well, and I've stayed here just so that I can hear your comments. So if you've watched me go in and out, it's because I don't feel well, and I've had to go in and out just to be able to sit here to listen to these comments. We do care. And so I hope that you all, I heard you all clapping, but I hope you all do know that we care and we're listening to your concerns. And this is the place that you come. And that's why the ones that are here are still sitting here. I can't breathe right now, but I'm still sitting here. And I'm gonna be.
All right.
And
Come
so,
on. No, we're not gonna yell
we're
out.
here to listen. And so we're gonna keep on going. Try to be patient with us as we're patient with you.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Olivia, come on down.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Olivia Barricat. I reside at 8139 South Regis Place in District 5. Israel has systematically controlled the sexual and reproductive rights of women and girls in occupied Palestine for decades. Prior to October 2023, 94,000 women and girls already lacked access to sexual and reproductive health services. In under 5 months, this number has risen to over 1 million. Women and girls have historically been greater casualties in situations of conflict and genocide. In Gaza, the situation is dire with little to no access to hygiene, medicine, and prenatal and postnatal care or supplies. Menstruating women and girls have no access to sanitary products, and many are forced to use tent scraps, which are dirty and may cause dangerous infections. Many are missing their periods completely due to stress, malnutrition, dehydration. Imagine if those were your daughters. The UN estimated that 50,000 pregnant women were living in Gaza in October 2023, with an average of 183 women giving birth every day. 15% of those births will face some sort of complication. There's no functioning hospitals in Gaza. Israel has destroyed or damaged every single one. So Palestinian women are giving birth without proper medical aid, forced to have cesarean sections without anesthesia. Imagine if these were your wives or mothers. Concern for the well-being of hundreds of Palestinians and women and girls detained by Israeli forces is also growing. The UN has expressed serious concern about the detention of women and girls, and reports that those held in detentions have been subjected to multiple forms of sexual assault, and an account of 2 female detainees reported instances of rape, being held in cages in the rain, being denied food, and having photos taken of them in degrading circumstances. A large number of Palestinian girls have reported gone missing after contact with the Israeli
Excuse me,
army.
time. Thank you. Thank you for being here. All right, no more. Thumbs up. All right, Mabel Johnson, are you here? Mabel Johnson, going once. All right, Mabel Johnson. Gwen Johnson, are you here? Gwen Johnson, okay. Amina, are you here? Amina? All right. Alan DeBerry, are you here? All right, come on down, Alan. And then right after Alan, we're gonna have Lily Flint. Come sit close, Lily Flint.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Roderick Allen DeBerry II, and I reside in North Memphis, zip code 38128. I represent African Americans and You said what? You said
North Memphis 38107.
38128.
128, but you can give your address.
2670 Amy Lane.
Okay, thank you.
I represent African Americans and Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Rest in peace to my dear fraternity brother Martin Luther King Jr., who also spoke up about Palestine along with Malcolm X. I'm here today to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Palestine and Israel. The cruel inhumanity displayed by Israeli troops is nearly impossible to describe, and a few are willing to turn these stories. This is why we are more nervous than I thought. This is why we are here today, to tell these stories. Like she said earlier, a few days ago, Israeli forces killed a Palestinian man by running him over repeatedly with a tank. We do not have this man's name because the state of his lifeless body was so horrible, no one could recognize him. The man had been detained and interrogated by IOF soldiers before his hands were zip-tied and he was forced to lie down on the ground. The tank crushed his body, moving from the feet up, running him over and over again until nothing inside the zip ties was recognizable. This is Israel. In late December, 4 pregnant Palestinian women were gunned down as they approached Al Wada Hospital waving white flags. IOF tanks, armored vehicles reportedly ran over their bodies until their unborn fetuses were expelled from their mother's wombs. Can you imagine? These are 2 cases of the same hideous crimes reported nearly 2 months apart. Human rights groups believe that thousands of Palestinians have been met with the same hands of the IOF. Most cases are said to have occurred in northern Gaza along the coastal roads that Palestinians use to flee. The brutality of Israel in this war has no limit. This is Israel. These are my tax dollars, and it is wrong. I call upon you, City Council, to take action against such horrible crimes and call for a permanent and immediate ceasefire. Let them live. Free Palestine, from the river to the sea.
Name and address for the record. The floor is yours.
I actually live at 9899 Pleasant Ridge Road in Lakeland, Tennessee, which is technically out of the district. I'm here in solidarity today.
Okay, I've been allowing people to speak who don't reside in the city of Memphis today. Go ahead.
I'm here to talk to you today about Erin Bushnell as the daughter of an Air Force veteran. And I'm here today to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Palestine and Israel. Self-immolation, or the act of setting oneself on fire, is considered one of the most extreme forms of activism due to its violent and painful nature. Images of self-immolation bring to mind the Vietnam era, where monks and demonstrators sacrificed their lives in protest of U.S. war crimes. On February 25th, 2024, active U.S. service member Erin Bushnell made the same sacrifice in front of the Israel Embassy in Washington, D.C. May he rest in peace. Erin recorded himself approaching the embassy saying, "I am an active duty member of the United States Air Force, and I will no longer be complicit in genocide. I am about to engage in an extreme act of protest, but compared to what the people of Palestine have been experiencing at the hands of their colonizers, it's not extreme at all. This is what our ruling class has deemed normal." He placed his phone on the ground, steps into view, pours an accelerant over his head and legs, and lights himself on fire. Erin yells out from the belly of his agonized bones, "Free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine, free Palestine," until he falls to the ground. Erin was actually the second U.S. citizen to self-immolate and protest her involvement in Israel's genocide. On December 1st, 2023, an unnamed protester set herself on fire in front of the Israel consulate in Atlanta. I understand that self-immolation is an uncomfortable subject, but that's the point. We are too comfortable believing that things that happen outside of the U.S. and the rest of the world don't affect our communities here in Memphis and vice versa. But it's not true. I call on you, my city council members, to take a stand for humanity and to listen to the people and adopt a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Megan Oliveira. Oh, you didn't put the camera down.
Just for 1 minute.
Somebody's supposed to hold the camera for. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, my name is Megan. I live at 2106 Felix Avenue, 38104. District 4? I don't know. Okay. I'm here today to express my support for immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. I was going to talk about Christians in Palestine, but you keep bringing up how impressed you are that the children are here to speak to you on this matter. This is not impressive. This is tragic. These children are kept awake at night the same way that I am and the same way that everybody in this room is, and they wake up every morning to the same videos, messages of their family, or maybe lost contact with their family. Who knows? Nobody knows who's alive and nobody knows who's dead. These children are dealing with this. They should be outside playing. They should be writing poems and having crushes in the schoolyard. That's what they need to be doing. Children 5 and 6 years old, 8 years old, do not need to be coming to city council to speak to our leaders. That is our job and your job. We are stealing their futures just as Israel is stealing the futures of 14,000 children. 14,000 will never grow up. And now we're taking that away from the children in Memphis as well. Not now, we have been for ages. But again, in another way, we steal their dreams because they can't think of dreams. They can only think of Palestine. They can only think of the babies that are dying in their mother's arms, sucking on dates because their mothers cannot breastfeed them. This is what our children are thinking of. It's not, yes, I'm coming back. Anyway, it's not to be praised, but it is to be addressed. Ask yourselves why these children are here. Why do they feel compelled? Why do they ask their parents, can I speak? Help me speak. Yes, it's good that they learn how to voice their concerns, but we've passed way too many things down to the younger generations. Climate change, apartheid, war everywhere. What else do we need to leave for them to deal with? We aren't leaving them a world full of anything. I'm asking you as our city council members to start making a change here and now. Call for a ceasefire in Palestine, immediate, permanent, and then start working on our citizens and what we need, and letting our kids have dreams again. Thank you.
Thank you for being here, Suzanne Jackson. Ms. Jackson still here? Don't see Ms. Jackson. Catherine Larshay, Catherine.
I give my name, address. Okay.
Name and address for the record, then we'll start the clock.
Okay, Catherine Larshay, 1010 Hawthorne Street, 38107. Okay, I'm speaking about the biomass campus case number PD 2023-025 at 1230 North Watkins Street. Our community has had a long history of having to be informed about environmental concerns, health impact from heavy industrial and zoning, such as like Nexair. We got Buckman and its many chemical companies in Douglas alone, one being right next door to Douglas High School, where often white smoke is seen. I want you to vote no to this policy because we don't need any more industrial zoning, any more in chemical companies or companies as that such, where we may be dealing with from the research, we will be dealing with from the trees that they're processing, a lot of particles in the air, respiratory problems. The children in the 38107 zip code alone has as high volumes or stats of respiratory illnesses in that area. I want to talk about a particular street that's maybe less than a block away from me. My parents moved from Binghamton to North Memphis in 1971 and still are there. My mom is 94, she's still there. But Rosebud, it curves into Belvedere and into Evergreen. It curves around. That street, many people have died from cancer, really heavy drug problems, and suffer from mental illness. This is documented facts that I know. This is directly from the chemicals that's in the air and in the water. Again, I know my time is up. Please vote no to the biomass campus at 1230 Watkins. And we also ask that when we have a meeting, that respect is shown to us. Mr. Smiley, thank you. God bless.
So I will, we're not gonna clap. So what I will note is the council members here, we're listening. Thank you for being here. Well, we appreciate you being here. Richard Massey, come on down. You know what to do. You've been here multiple times.
Richard Massey, 3615 Central Avenue, 38111. Just last week, February 29th, 2024, dozens of aid trucks entering Gaza, delivering flour to starving Palestinians who have been reduced to drinking seawater and eating donkey feed were met with gunfire. And those people in their most vulnerable state were senselessly shot at by Israeli troops, over 100 of which were killed. as a total of 30,000 Palestinian men, women, and children have been killed in the name of self-defense since October 7th. The bombing of residential spaces, refugee camps, ambulances, places of worship, and even maternity hospitals, for God's sake, has become common practice for the IDF. Netanyahu and the right-wing Israeli government have shown a repulsive disregard for both international law and the humanity of an entire people. There have been 70 city councils across the country that have passed a resolution demanding a ceasefire. And I can't think of a city that has a greater moral obligation to demand a ceasefire than Memphis, Tennessee. We've sent MPD executives to train beneath the same IDF that has carried out one of the worst humanitarian disasters in modern world history. We have all read through history textbooks, wondering how the mass displacement and slaughter of an entire people can happen. How could the world allow an unmitigated evil to sprawl completely unchecked? Well, this is our textbook moment, right here. So, council, I ask of you, will you demonstrate the courage, the empathy, the conscience to stand up and do the right thing? This is an easy decision. Do the right thing and pass a resolution to demand a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. Thank you for consistently showing up to this body. Thank you for expressing your concerns. Jocelyn Wurzburg. Jocelyn's here. Hello, Jocelyn.
I'm Jocelyn Wurzburg. I live at 4744 Normandy, 38117. I'm in District 5 and 9. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I'm going to sound schizophrenic to you when I speak with you for a minute. I was so pleased that the group here today invited me to come and let me express some thoughts to them when they were drafting this resolution. And I was pleased because they know I'm Jewish. I'm a fifth-generation Memphian and a fifth-generation Reformed Jew, founder of Temple Israel. And they let me share with them that, number one, I want a ceasefire, of course. I want to couch that ceasefire into a statement that cessation of all hostilities in the region, because there's still some hostilities going on both sides. I want an immediate return of the hostages, and I want immediate talks to begin for a two-state solution. That's my druthers, and I know some of my friends don't even think that a two-state solution is possible anymore. But I still am committed to the idea that that is a possibility. Now, the reason that I want a two-state solution is because I have got to have the existence of a state of Israel. As a Jew facing what I am seeing throughout the country and throughout the world right now with the increase of anti-Semitism, I have got to know that there is one place in the world that will not deny me entrance if I have to run from an authoritarian white Christian nationalist regime. It hurts my heart to even have to say that out loud, but I do. So I wish I'd planned my words a little better. I know I've gone over time, and I apologize. But thank you for hearing us out. And these are caring people who really care. And while speaking with them, I have not experienced anti-Semitism from them, for me as a Jew. And I hope to God they've never felt like I have experienced any Islamophobia or anti-Muslim feelings from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here and expressing your sentiments with this body. Dr. Brian, is Dr. Brian still here? Quoba? Okay, Dr. Brian. Floor is yours, sir. Name and address for the record.
My name is Dr. Brian Quoba, address 56 South Century Street, Memphis 38111. Last year, I was tenured and promoted to the rank of associate professor in the Department of History at the University of Memphis. I teach African American history and also U.S. history. So allow me to pose some hypothetical questions that history teachers like me tend to ask. What would you have done during slavery? Would you have been an abolitionist? Would you have supported the Underground Railroad to help enslaved people get free? What about the genocide of Native Americans? What about Jim Crow? Would you have joined the struggle to support the civil rights movement? Can you see that civil rights organizations like SNCC and Ella Baker and Dr. King came to see that the Vietnam War was draining resources, killing Vietnamese instead of alleviating poverty right here in the US? What about South African apartheid? Because whatever you would do in those situations, you're doing right now. Israel is an apartheid state committing genocide against Palestinians with our tax dollars. We send something like $4.8 billion per year in military aid to Israel, which works out to over $9 million a year from Memphis. They're practicing apartheid not only in Gaza, but in the West Bank and in Israel itself. There's over 50 Jim Crow type laws that privilege Jews over non-Jews in Israel, just like the Jim Crow laws that privileged white people over black and brown people in our history right here. Israel believes in white supremacy. The struggle against Israel's genocide and apartheid is going to be seen as some of these past struggles in history were seen, because it's a defining political struggle of our time. I know it's not easy for you to do the right thing, but you have to ask yourself, how many more have to die before we say not another nickel, not another dime, no more money for Israel's crimes? If you can't take a principled stand against genocide and apartheid, then when can you? Please pass the ceasefire resolution and also get educated about this movement, because it has a lot to teach us and we can learn a lot from it. As much as we're here to free Palestine, we have to understand that Palestine can also help to free us too. As we say in the movement, no one is free until we are all free, from every river to every sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brian. Abdallah. Abdallah, going once. Oh, okay, we're gonna move on. Quran. Yes, Quran's the last name. Name and address for the record, and the floor is yours.
My name is Majd Quran. I live at 6902 Guilford Drive, Memphis, zip code 38141. Good afternoon, esteemed chairman, council members, and my dear fellow Memphians. Dear chairman, I acknowledge and appreciate your concern not to butcher our names, but perhaps you should be more concerned with preventing the butchering of our families, our healthcare professionals, students, and more in Palestine specifically and Gaza. I arrived at Memphis Airport just last night from Palestine, and I thought that I would tell you what I saw there. But sitting through this session, I think I should instead tell you what I'm seeing now. Empty chairs, side conversations, and eyes glued to screens. Perhaps I'm naive for expecting anything different. After all, you are only following in the footsteps of our American representatives at the UN, who have also decided to ignore the humanitarian plea of the Palestinian people, as well as the International Court of Justice's decision to act to prevent this genocide. Perhaps you are not uninterested in our comments, but it's because you feel it's not your duty. Perhaps you feel that you have no influence on such a decision. I'm here to tell you that if you doubt yourselves, then you fail your constituents and the trust that we place in you. The city of Memphis and our public servants carry a weight, a privilege, a leverage that we must honor by calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. As a Palestinian American, as a Stanford University graduate, and as someone who is active in the health and social development sphere in Palestine, I'm here to tell you that the US's special relationship with Israel must not cloud our judgment and our duty to protect life. As the speaker said before me, we must keep pushing. The Israeli military has exhibited horrendous cruelty towards the Palestinian population in Gaza by denying access to fuel, water, food, medical supplies, and safe passage. And thus, I urge you to please pass the resolution for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I guess the rest of the cars are outside of Memphis. But yet go ahead. Oh, no, I think I called your name and you were outside. Come on now and talk to me. I think I already gave your card away. I think someone went to go get you, so we appreciate that. Name and address for the record.
Of course.
Once you get that done, 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. My name is Abdallah Alterab.
There we go.
I reside at 6670 Unit Cove, which is in Super District 9.
9.
Yes, sir. I'm also here as a Memphian and a representative of humanity. I'd like to share with you a few stories about Palestinians that have suffered the effects of this genocide. To start, Nada Abdul Hadi was a 10-year-old student who liked to draw nature scenes, jump on the trampoline and rollerblade. During the war, she distracted her siblings and cousins by pretending to be their teacher and playing games, imagining what life was like before and thinking about if there was any life afterwards. Nada was killed in an airstrike on her family home. Her sister, who was 8 years old, and her name was Leanne, died 4 days later, trapped under the rubble of her home. Yoma Shaqileh was the apple of her mother's eye and the center of her family's attention. Her mother, Maram, who loved to dress her up and kiss her on her cheeks. Last October, at the age of 4 months, Yuma was killed. Maram was killed in an airstrike 11 days later. Abdurrahman Abu Mara studied engineering in Gaza in Spain. With engineering jobs scarce in Gaza, he decided to open an Italian eatery serving pizza, calzones, salads, and shawarma. His business was successful. In 2021, they moved to a bigger location with 3 floors, space for private events and more employees. He and his brother and both of his parents were killed in an airstrike. The only survivors were his wife and 2 children, ages 3 and 6. Lastly, I want to quickly mention the negligence and incompetence of local news channels and reporting agencies, and would like to bring your attention, City Council, to their incompetence. And please, and a request to please address that incompetence, because ever since October 7th, we've been trying to speak up on this, and because of them, our voice has taken this long to reach some sort of effect. And to conclude, I'm here today to show my support for a permanent and immediate ceasefire in Palestine.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. So for those of you who I have, I got you. I got cards. I got cards in my hand. Hold on. You say you do live in the city? So those of you who do not live in the city, brevity. I've exercised discretion and allowed those individuals who don't live in the city to speak, and I'm going to continue to do that today. But please don't abuse the, discretion of this body to allow you to speak. Okay. All right. Asma, A-S-M-A. Asma. She left? Okay. Jamila Is Jamila here? No. Okay. Dina? Okay. Yeah, I see it. That's an M. So that's an M?
Renan?
Okay. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
2852 Hampton Court Road North, Cordova 38016. I'm in Jerry Green's District 2. So we've come here to basically educate you about the matter. You all now have a copy of the ceasefire resolution, even though some of you guys even had copies of it before. But we wanted to come here and have this conversation with you, educate you about the matter, if that was the excuse for not passing it. And a lot of us came up here and basically trauma dumped on you, showed you everything that maybe you're not willing to see or you haven't had the chance to see. And we presented everything we have. I was here going to tell you about how Israel systematically targets Palestinian limbs and how they intentionally maim and target and shoot down their legs so they can create a generation of disabled youth so they can cripple the community even more. And how in the last attack on Palestinians in Gaza since October, 1,000 children have lost one or both of their legs because of Israeli attacks. A lot of them had to go through these amputations without anesthesia. All of these things we are paying for. That's including the $9 million that the city of Memphis sends to Israel that they sent last year, that they use this money to fund this genocide. So this is not a problem that doesn't relate to us. We are paying for this, we are responsible for this, and we are all complicit in this. And after all the information that you've heard, when are we gonna pass this resolution? We want from City Council to set a time for us to come here where you're all present. You all have a copy of the information that you have to read. You've been educated on the matter. You can take the time to read it, but we need a set date from you guys to tell us when are we gonna vote on this, because we have a responsibility as a city to call for a ceasefire and to stop sending money to fund genocide. And as constituents, as people of the city, we are gonna show up in the polls to remind you what we need from you. So we need a date from you because we need to pass this resolution.
Thank you for being here. Councilwoman White is in the queue. Mike, my bad.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that those that are still here, and I don't know if I misunderstood or not. I just wanted to make sure that we do have the resolution and we understand what you're requesting. But I wanted to make sure that you understood that we don't send any funding, like we don't fund anything as it pertains to what's going on with the war. We don't send any funds anywhere outside of here. We're local, we're city, we're municipality.
I know, part of the taxes that we pay go to the congressional fund that eventually ends up aiding Israel.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that. Yeah.
And if the city of Memphis, if the city council of Memphis comes out with a resolution saying we support a ceasefire and we want to end the aid or limit the aid to Israel, that would be a great impact on the national scale. So
Okay,
that's your role here.
Okay, thank you for being here.
Do you have an answer?
Going to the next comment card. I can't speak for the entire body, so we speak as a body.
What's the process to know an answer from you guys?
Councilwoman Green is going to speak. Councilwoman Green, you're in the queue.
I don't know if I'm in. Can I? Can you hear? Okay. So the first step in this is getting a sponsor, and then the sponsor works with staff to get it on agenda. And once it's prepared and ready for agenda, then it goes to committee first, and then it eventually makes its way to the full council. That's a process that can take time, but nothing happens if you don't have a sponsor. So we can't give you a date because at this time, there's not a sponsor.
Okay, so I clearly no one's heard me today. We're not going to yell out. And to echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Green, we don't take outside resolutions without being vetted by our staff. Our staff has to do its due diligence as well. But we thank you for being here. Okay. We're listening.
You all have a copy of the resolution.
Okay.
And we will be showing up to remind you of this important matter, and we hopefully will get this in a vote.
Okay, thank you for being here. We have a few more. Riyada. The floor is yours. Name and address for the record.
My name is Riyad Ismail. I live at 2698 Wigan Cove, Cordova, Tennessee, 38016, District 2. I just want to say for the woman who was here in the beginning, I don't know her story, but if she had a loved one who passed away, I could empathize with her frustration. So my name is Riyad Ishmael. I want to thank the council for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm an extremely proud Memphian who has called Memphis my home for over 30 years. I have fond memories of my childhood, spending summers at Liberty Lands and going ice skating in the mall of Memphis. I owned a Penny Hardaway Orlando Magic jersey in middle school. I'm a proud product of the Memphis City Schools and a proud graduate of the University of Memphis. Go Tigers. My family owned a restaurant in Hickory Hill, and we served it for a decade, and that's the neighborhood I grew up in. I have lived and grown in this community and will always be a diehard advocate for the city. Though I'm always a Memphian, I'm also a first-generation Palestinian who still has family in occupied territory of Palestine. Since October 7th, the people in my ancestral homeland have been bombarded with the wrath of the Israeli government, resulting in significant civilian deaths. Although the war in Gaza seems like a faraway conflict, faraway conflict from the city of Memphis, this matter has resonated in the local community in the following ways. There have been numerous protests held locally with large support from the community. Your constituents want the bloodshed of innocent women and children to end. Tennessee's unconstitutional anti-boycott bill. Steve Cohen's lack of support in recognizing the ongoing genocide that has taken place. Our allegiance is to the United States, not to the state of Israel. We have a moral obligation as the leaders of the free world to protect the innocent. And also, lastly, the support of the one-side rhetoric shown in the termination of the Loaf Restaurant affiliation with the Brooks Museum due to the show's support for the Palestinian people. This is an attack on free speech in our own backyard. I stand in front of you dejected. Although my family in occupied Palestine does not have the right to vote on who governs them or the right to a fair trial by their occupier, the situation has become so grave that the fight for civil rights must take a back seat for the plea to acknowledge their human rights.
Can you wrap it up? Time has expired.
I'm about to close.
Is it a Baptist close?
I'm about to close mine.
Just close.
So we can make a difference, and I'm turning to the city again to help us take action. A group of us will be reaching out to you to discuss the resolution and other measures that we can take to help my family in Palestine, whose only difference to me is their geographical location. I hope we could get some of the same support that this community has shown me over the last 30 years.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Lily Flint. Okay. I don't know what it's Ruffin. Harlander. Okay. Mayor. Okay, I have no other comment cards but one. I have one other comment card with me, Mr. Walter Brody. Can you close us out?
Thank you, Mr. Brody.
I don't have it. Oh, there is a big white card. And I don't have it. There is a big white card, and I don't see it. Come on now, I saw the card. I'm pretty sure I probably already gave it away, but I do recall that card. I had it. I had that card. I'm certain of it. Go ahead. Name and address for the record. You know the role.
My name is Josh Adams. I'm representing Memphis for All. Office is 1000 South Cooper Street. I'm an organizer. And my genesis as an organizer placed me side by side with Palestinian organizers with Students for Justice in Palestine as we organized to get better working conditions and living in a higher wage at the University of Memphis for campus workers. Again, for the Fight for 15, with Memphis Voices for Palestine, and again with Memphis Voices for Palestine, as we tried to get justice for Darius Stewart, who was murdered by the police. Together, we addressed poverty and police violence in Memphis, the residue of the apartheid in America, as they educated me about the violence and the apartheid conditions that Israel has placed on the Palestinian people. Despite my hope, 10 years ago, conditions have worsened and Israel is engaged in a full-on genocide. A ceasefire resolution, though it may not seem like it's a lot, demonstrates that a city's moral compass is working, or that it has one at all. It protects city workers against retaliation, such as library workers and community center workers, when they try to direct the community's moral compass with educational programs. And it would also mean that our police department will no longer train with apartheid and genocidal regimes. And that will mean that we'll have less people of all nations coming down here to cry out in rage for an end to the suffering carried out by state agents of a white supremacist state. The woman who left earlier, her sister was found dead in Jail East. And I think that there is solidarity in addressing the blood that flows out of our jails and the blood that flows in Palestine. Please pass a ceasefire resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Brody, can you close us out? Closing remarks and benediction.
Good evening. My name is Walter Brody. I stay at 3356 Justine Street. I got the scripture right here. Matthew's 10th chapter, 28th verse, and it says, "And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell." Let's just go into prayer right now. And Father, I want to thank you once again for everything. Father God, continue to bless all the city council members, Father God. Bless all their family members, Father God. Continue to bless everybody who's helping the city council, everybody who's working real hard and behind the scenes, Father God. Father God, continue to bless all our leaders in the city, the state, this country, and all around the world, Father God. Continue to bless these people here who came in and voiced their opinion. Give them peace, rest, grace, mercy on their life, Father God. Father God, bless every saint, every sinner, Father God. Cleanse us for any sin or iniquity or transgression, anything that is not like you, Father God. We thank you in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen and amen.